All right, we should be live. And we're facing the final candidates round. There's a big possibility that we're gonna have tie breaks tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure today we're gonna. But the tie breaks tomorrow, there'll be only tie breaks between 2 people. I don't think there'll be tie breaks between 3 people. So, critical round today. Out of 4 people, only 2 people will be able to play for the tie breaks tomorrow, or one person will win this outright. So who will it be? Yeah? Okay. So let's go to the games. Yeah, I know we have some official coverage. Unfortunately, they're not covering. They don't give the official FIDE chess channel. I guess, which is okay. We can always check on chess24, but I'm not planning on watching others a lot. But okay, let's see. Let's see what chess24 does. They're showing the last. Okay, and they show this. All right. I'm curious, where's FIDE chess? FIDE chess. Let's go to FIDE chess.
With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes, and a title that echoes through
why is my channel? Oh, I don't have the chat on.
Who will etch their name in the chess history book? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
Alright, there we go. I got the chat window back. For some reason I closed it.
Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
Has chess ever been this exciting? I don't think so. Right now we're in the Great Hall where the action has been taking place for the...
Alright, I'm gonna mute this person. I want to see the players actually. I don't want to see anybody else. The games are not started yet. So I'm waiting for the... Well, fine, okay.
FIDE candidates. Everything has come down to this moment right here. In the open section, we have Gukesh leading by half a point. He could very well become the youngest candidates winner, the youngest world champion. We'll see. He plays black against Nakamura. But at the same time, more action is happening in the open section as we have Nepomniachtchi against Caruana. Both of them are only trailing by half a point. So it's anyone's game and all eyes in the world will be on Toronto. In the women's section, we've got our leading lady Tan, who is leading by a point. All she needs to do is have a draw against Anna Muzychuk, which will be likely. She's been a women's world champion before. Let's see if she can do it again. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast to not miss any of the action.
The question somebody asked in the channel is if I'm a Russian. I was born in Russia, I'm an American citizen by virtue of living there for more than 25 years. I'm now am in Europe. Actually, it's nice to see Eric commentating. Of course, everybody knows Irina. She is originally from Odessa, but she has been in the US since like she was, I don't know, 6 or 7. And she's also 8-time US chess women's champion. There, finally we have the view of the playing hall. Okay, let's see. Are the players there? Women are there. Women are very responsible people. They come to the boards. I see Lagno, I see Muzychuk, I see Canero. But where are the male players? Yeah? The male players are like, you know, before the game starts, the last minutes before the game, they're nerve-wracking. They also gives you a lot of adrenaline. I remember the feeling. And you walk, you know, you have to walk into the stage and play the game of your life. Yeah? For 4 people in the candidates with chances to qualify, this is actually a true statement. We actually see some old faces, like Mr. Gazendam. He used to work for New Chess magazine for many years. I think was one of the editors. Yeah, I don't know a lot of women players, no, to be honest. Haven't been following women chess at all. So, pretty interesting, yeah. Peter is there. Who else I know? The arbiters, I don't know at all. They are not the same arbiters that were there when I played. We see Naka walking in, stylishly dressed. Nice jackets, cool. All right, he is confident. He's gonna be playing white against Gukesh. Already. Yeah. Already a lot of thought processes going through that head. Very nice, careful adjustment of pieces. Probably saying something to himself at this point. A lot of players, they have the technique or traditional mental procedure. They each go before the game, yeah, like mantra. And some of those players, they adjust this procedure, but once it's adjusted to their liking, they mentally follow it for probably, I would say, the rest of their lives. To the overboard games. When it comes to Blitz Online, it's completely different stuff, yeah. Yeah, we have seen many times, like even in the current candidates, Naka, like sometimes, he wants to click the mouse, right? It's very funny, but yeah, that's a habit. Yeah, some habits are hard to break. Who are you rooting for? Well, I'm rooting for Naka, actually. He is my first choice. Then I'll probably rooting for Gukesh, because 17-year-old winning candidates is actually the biggest deal in chess in probably, I would say, I don't know, since forever. I haven't recalled any 17-year-old winning the candidates before, especially as competitive as the modern chess. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see brother and sister playing the candidates. It's also first, yeah. But players are getting younger, but to be 17 years old and actually competing successfully with monsters like Naka, Jan, and Fabiano is already a huge achievement. So in the girls section we have Tang Zhengyi, yeah, in the first place, 1 point ahead of everybody. So she's practically guaranteed herself the qualification. Who do I think deserves to win? Well, and then the answer is simple: Gukesh deserves to win, right? But until he survives his final test versus Nakamura, and I think it will be a very hard test for him. I actually expect Naka to win at 65% chance to win for Naka versus draw for Gukesh. Yeah. And I expected a lot from Alireza, but he came in a really terrible practical form. He lost a lot of points in the first stage in good games, just because his time management was terrible. And time management is usually terrible because you don't play a lot. You lose the sense of time, you lose the sense of thinking during the game. All the practical aspects. You can study all you want, but if you don't play chess, when you come to the board, you realize, how vastly different. One thing is studying at home with a computer, and the second thing is playing chess actually at the board. All right. So, and also I think Naka deserves the win as well. So, yeah, so I think Naka wins the game, but Gukesh deserves it also, but I'm rooting also for Naka. Because both Fabiano and Nepo, they already played their World Chess Championship match, but Naka never did, yeah? And I think it's time for Naka to actually have that chance. because in the next candidates he will have very, very hard time. Both Gukesh and Prague and Alireza and other guys, they get more experience, they'll be actually more dangerous. And he'll be older. He'll be past his prime, I think, peak. So it will be very difficult for him. So this tournament is his last chance. Fabi still has a couple more candidates. But for Naka, I think this is his last chance and he knows it. So he is taking it extremely seriously. When he says stuff, I'm just a streamer, it's a standard disclaimer, okay? It's a standard disclaimer. A lot of top players done that, even though inside they really want to win. Because there's such a thing as jinxing. You don't want to jinx yourself. Hey, Mr. Dillman. Hope Naka beats Gukesh. Well, I like both of them, So for me, it's very, very hard, actually. I want Naka to win because I want him to get a chance at the title. But I also would like to see Gukesh as the youngest player ever to win candidates, especially such competitive candidates. Both stories, they are very compelling. I haven't paid any attention to women. Yeah, Granum beats Nepo. That would be very, very interesting also, because Fabi is now a different Fabiano from 12 years ago or 10 years ago. When was the last time he played? Wait, that was 18 actually, right? So that was only 6 years ago when he played Magnus, yeah? Was it 18? Yeah, I think it was 18 because 16 was when Kuryakin played Magnus and 18 was when Fabiano played Magnus, right? So that's what, 18, 24, 6 years passed. Yeah, Fabi is a little bit different, a little bit older, a little bit wiser. Hey Bongok, what's up? I don't get to be VC at the age of 38. You have to understand that was a completely different era. It's completely different. Also, you cannot compare Naka to Anand. It's like comparing water and fire. Yeah, it's two different people. Yeah. Well, I do know that it's whatever happens, the Chinese player gets to challenge another Chinese world chess champion. Yeah, so it becomes a Chinese affair. Yeah. Women's chess kind of reminds me of the old Soviet Union days. That doesn't matter who plays, but it becomes a Soviet Union championship. So they better do something about that because Chinese women's domination in women's chess is like so obvious these days. Yeah. So we really need that boom from Queen's Gambit to reach a lot of girls and women in chess. The problem is. Again, in China, if you're competing for the world chess title, you can dedicate your life to chess. You don't have to worry about bills. You don't have to worry about anything. Yeah. In Europe, in the US, everywhere else, there is life. You have to pay bills. You have to survive. You have to get education to do that. And the education is almost everywhere is mandatory. I think in the US it's mandatory that until you're 16 you have to go to high school or something. I think in Europe it's also the same. You cannot miss school days just because you want to go to the chess tournament, which is actually holding back a lot of European chess players. Keimer was able to rise really quickly once he finished his high school. That's pretty big advantage that a lot of Indian and Chinese players have. They have a lot more leeway in their high school years, and high school years are very formative and incredibly important if you want to be a strong chess player who is aspiring for the World Chess Championship, because you really need to get all this experience by the time when you're in your 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 years. That's where you want to get that experience, okay? So once you have that experience, you have 5 years of experience. Imagine a person comes to the job, he has a lot of experience versus somebody who has no experience, right? It's a huge thing. Same in chess. By the time they're 17, 18, like Gukesh now 17, but he has a lot of chess experience already. He is now able to compete, and when people, that's why a lot of world champions in the past, they were like 21, 22, like Kasparov, right, and Magnus, because they had about 10 years of professional experience playing at the top events. They're ready. I don't know what Gukesh is doing, but as I explained before, I think every player has his own mental procedure before the game, which he goes through with religiously. And usually they adjust the procedure along with some superstitions, along with some personal beliefs, along with what works. And usually if the procedure is successful, if we win some games with it, that means like, you go with it. Yeah. So far, Gukesh has been doing this since the beginning of the tournament. Works out pretty good for him, so he is doing it. Yeah. So I don't know. That's not just a professional player thing. Okay. There are a lot of things, mental checks, yeah, for the game, for the preparation, for the battle to come, and the round has started. Okay. So let's see. Alireza Videts e4, Abbasov Prague d4, Fabiano Caruana d4, and Nakamura d4 as well. So, Gukesh plays d5, c4. Are we gonna see Queen's Gambit accepted? That will be a very, very good decision. Yes. Fantastic. Fantastic. Naka is now facing the Queen's Gambit accepted. A small surprise by Gukesh. Also, Queen's Gambit accepted these days is very popular, but okay, Naka has to know stuff here. He has to prepare for it because, a lot of players and the candidates, they can play this opening anyway, right? In Jan Nepo game, we have the Carlsbad. Straightforward Carlsbad, a rare guest, allowing white the choice between developing the bishop to knight to e2 f3, but now Jan is playing Rogozin bishop b4. Okay, Alireza Vidits 94. Berlin, and we have Grunfeld in Prague game. Alright, pretty fast play. Bishop e7 is unusual. Bishop e7 is unusual because a6, c5 are the main lines. So bishop e7 is really unusual. Yeah, I can't say how this is unusual. One of the advantages of having of playing this for black is because white plays e3 and closes his bishop on c1. Compared to the Queen's Gambits, normal, where white puts the bishop on g5, right? White develops harmoniously. Here, white has to prepare e4 before he can develop the bishop to this diagonal. Or he can develop the bishop to b2. But the bishop on b2 doesn't do much. Yeah? So now we have a big question. After bishop e7, all right, Naka knows he is a little bit out-prepared, but he is thinking, right? He is thinking, yeah, but he is caught in a surprise line. I don't recall bishop e7 seeing bishop e7 before. Automatically it's c5 or a6 and c5. Bishop e7 is new plan. I'm trying to understand what is the point of this plan. Because white can just go knight c3. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Gukesh does a lot of interesting things in this tournament to throw people off preparation. Smart. Okay, so while Naka is thinking, let's go here. This is pretty popular line. And obviously both Fabiano and Jan knows this line. Yeah. The question is, do they remember this line? Because for this game they had to cover a lot of ground, to cover a lot of openings, a lot of choices. White had to pick between e4 and d4. Once you make that pick, then you try to guess your opponent's prep. Modern grandmasters, they can play anywhere between d5. Just we saw Gukesh play Queen's Gambit accepted. Here he plays e6, goes into Rogozin, or he could easily play just normal Queen's Gambit. Then he could easily play knight of6, e6, either for Nimzo or for Catalan, right? And finally, there is also Slav or Dutch or King's Indian, or or Grunfeld, right? Grunfeld, like in the game in Prague game, right? There's so many openings to cover, and everybody can play. Every candidate can play all of those openings pretty much with his eyes closed. Yeah, if he prepared, because they've been professionals, they've been playing all the stuff for many years. So now is the question, though. The game is that you try to make a guess what your opponent is preparing for and what is the least amount of time he prepared for, and you try to play that opening. Okay, so that's the game. So let's see. Do they show Fabiano? No. Naka plays knight c3. I think it's very logical move. You just develop your knight and you're ready to play e4. Oh, and c5 now. Wow. So, you know, when black plays c5, a6, white sometimes takes on c5. Now he plays bishop e7 and c5 now. So if white takes on c5, black actually goes into the same position, tempo down. The only difference is that knight is on c3. Sometimes white wants the knight on d2, actually. Sometimes, yeah, to keep the bishop open. So, but also the c5 signals is that perhaps black wants to play cd e4 and go into the queen pawn isolated pawn positions. So this is, oh my god, Alireza Vidits just draw. Oh my god. Okay. Well, because, you know, obviously nobody is looking at their games. Yeah, they both just finished the tournaments. Absolutely, both players are disgusted with their result, and you know, why play? Yeah, why take focus away from these critical games that are being played? Yeah, so make a draw. They don't lose rating points from this draw. They're done with this bad tournament, and they can now go and live their lives normally like they did before the event. Yeah, I like this approach. Compare this approach to this game. We have youngsters who want to play chess. And they're gonna have a nice game here. There is no easy draw. This is King's Indian, very sharp. So they're gonna have a normal game, okay? But these guys, they're professionals. They know they don't want to waste their time. You know, they don't care about the extra half a point more or less here because, you know, both of them were aspiring for better places. Vidit was actually close to fighting for the top spots. He beat actually Nakamura 2-0, a feat which is unheard of. Yeah, I've never seen Naka lose like 2 games in a match to somebody. Incredible. So Vidit had huge chances, but he spoiled them. And Alireza had great chances, but he too spoiled them. Okay, so they both have some lessons to learn from this. So let's see. H5. Okay. I don't know theory, guys, here, so you guys want to help me out with this a little bit, okay? Mr. Nefyoda, welcome back. Right, let me get some chats. I was talking a little bit too much. All right. Okay. Is way more versatile player now. Yes, but also Fabi has been burned, and you know what happens, right? You get more wisdom, but you lose a little bit of that confidence. You start to think and analyze, and sometimes, you know, that wisdom costs you time, and you're averse to more risk-taking. Yeah, you don't want to get burned. And when you're just younger, when you don't care about losing, when you are willing to take risk, no matter what the cost, you know, that has its own advantages, yeah? So we'll see. So it's always a trade-off. You want tie break because you have kept tomorrow evening free. That is so selfish, man. Not this time, Napo. You can't beat Fabio's black pieces. I don't know. Anything can happen in chess, man. You can't help out but think it's more important for a young person to focus on school than chess. Yes, but it's another trade-off. You get a more well-rounded person, but you lose that critical competitive time to playing chess and learning chess. The younger brains, they grasp things quicker and they learn quicker, yeah? So yes, you learn school, but then you lose kind of out on the opportunity to gain this advantage in a sport, yeah? Hans Niemann also has a pretty big rise after school. You know, Hans, I just played in the Grand Q Open, which Hans won. But how many tournaments did he win? That's the question I want to ask, yeah? Did he win a lot of tournaments? Because I think that was the first big open tournament that he won. Okay, yeah, he won that round robin in Yugoslavia, I think, former Yugoslavia, where Ivanchuk played, yeah? So that was also another tournament he won. But, the critical test for Niemann will be if he will be able, how he will do in the next World Cup, Grand Swiss, and US Chess Championship, okay? Because there is kind of crazy situation with the US Chess Championship. They'll have to put him into another hotel, right? Usually, traditionally, they've been that very famous Chase Hotel for many, many years. I would say even decades maybe now, where players are being put in for the US Chess Championship, right? And the hotel stated that they're not going to let Niemann back in that hotel. So that means they'll have to put him into a different hotel, but they'll have to do it because he is one of the best American grandmasters now, yeah? So, so that will be his biggest test, yeah? If he can win the US Chess Championship now that we have Fabiano, Naka is not playing recently, but Fabiano is playing, Domingue is playing, Wesley So is playing, all those best players are playing, right? If Hans can win the US Chess Championship, then he's for real, okay? Winning some open tournaments, winning some, round robins with some old grandmasters playing there is cool. It's definitely a win, but it's not as big as the statement as winning the US Chess Championship. Yeah. So, and he also, if he is really serious, and he is getting a little bit older now, yeah, so he really needs to get into the candidates next time, which he has a chance. Yeah, if he studies as hard, if he plays and practices, he has a chance for sure. But he needs to get there, and there is huge competition. All right. A lot of high-level players like to make micro adjustment to the pieces before the game. Absolutely, it's a part of the mantra. Gukesh playing for a win instead of a dry line? Not really. He is trying to equalize, and he's trying to get out of Naka's prep. I mean, one of the ways to do that when Queen's Gambit accepted is the very hard choice of forcing white into limited number of lines. So that was interesting choice. You hope Fabi wins and Gukesh Naka draws. Okay, we'll see. Okay. You're opening the beer for the evening. Yes, Mr. Dillman. Unfortunately, the result game is already over. Sorry to disappoint you, man. Yeah. All right. Great choice by Gukesh. Yes, I agree. It's also, it minimizes the amount of theory prep, and it's also very solid opening. Okay. You think money is important for Indians and Abbasov? I don't think so. Indians are sponsors. All of these Indians that play in this tournament, they have huge sponsors, man. They don't need money. They need prep, they need practice, they need rating points, and they need chance to play for the World Chess Championship title. Abbasov, I'm pretty sure he is supported by the Azerbaijani government in a huge way. Not as big as Rajabov was, yeah? I don't think anybody in Azerbaijan would ever receive the same amount of support that Rajabov had. Okay, but after Rajabov not becoming world chess champion, yeah, the people are kind of tired to throwing money into nothing. But Rajabov made the candidates quite a few times. He had his chance. Yeah. Now Mamedyarov still has, but I don't think Mamedyarov getting anywhere near that support. But in terms of talent, I think Mamedyarov has bigger talent, of course. Anyway, same moves. Okay, so to play. If you had to play for a win, no. Okay, he's thinking. Hey, Catthrow, thank you for support, man. Yep, Naka usually prepares, but this time Gukesh managed to surprise him. Hikaru wasting time? Dude, no such thing. Openings is critical, okay? Openings are absolutely critical. Especially if you are caught in the line, you're trying to figure, first question, when you see the line that you haven't prepared, or you prepared vaguely, so the first thing you do, you try to remember this line, okay? What, you looked at it. Second, you try to figure out what is your opponent doing going into this line, where he can try to catch you, yeah? Obviously, you guys don't remember Karpov-Kasparov matches. That was huge mind games there, yeah? Karpov, I think, was one of the most fantastic, intuitive players of his time, because he could sense the danger in preparation. I mean, in my match with him, in a lot of games that I played with him, he would think in the opening quite a lot, but he would try to guess like where my preparation or other opponent preparation is, and he would avoid a lot of preparation by choosing some lines which is absolutely incredible. A lot of people were like wondering, was he cheating somehow? No, he wasn't cheating, but he was just this master at psychology thing, okay? And all the top grandmasters in the world, they have to do it. They have to sense the danger first, and based on that sense, based on understanding of what they're looking for, it's not just the chess game, it's not just the board, gentlemen. It's also what's behind, yeah, the thinking process, the prep that you made maybe a year or 2 years ago, okay? So, yeah, c6, this is pretty weird. I remember black plays knight c6 here, yeah. c6 is pretty strange. I don't recall seeing this, but it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. You just, support your pawn chain, put the knight on f6, yeah. White has this pawn formation, which is pretty weird. It's weird because you don't know what to do with it. Because if you play knight e2, e4 break, then after the trade, these double pawns, they're horrible. Also, if you open the center like that, black has pair of bishops. He is ready for anything. So white's main goal is to play f4 and put the knight on e5 here. Or wait for it, and I don't know, castle, develop, queen f2, knight b3, knight d3, and then f4. But at some point you have to play f4, yeah? Or it may be e4 when you maneuver and black is not ready for something. So the computer gives advantage white, but obviously, the top players, they analyze deeper. The computer gives you evaluation of how he evaluates things on board right now, okay? The evaluation changes on what the computer sees, what's going to happen in the 3-4 moves, 5 moves or deeper from now, but the deeper the computer thinks, the more accurate the evaluation becomes, yeah? So when you see depth 20, you know that you cannot trust this. Depth 20 is like 0. It's meaningless, okay? Unless it's tactics which are like 2-3 moves deep, then yeah, okay. But in a strategic position, depth 20 is not enough. The players that analyze with the engines, they analyze with the engines until engines go to depth at least 40. And then they look at all that stuff. All right, so let's look at the Nakamura's game. A3. Do we have videos? Okay, we have, because I want to see the live faces of players. Okay, Gukesh is trying to remember. A3 is logical, by the way. And A3 also demonstrates that Naka is ready to go into CD4, ED4 line, okay? And Gukesh now has to either accept the structure or go for a6, b5 first, or maybe even knight c6. Yeah. So there's a lot of thinking. What kind of pawn structure you want to go to? Yeah, we all know if we go into the queen's pawn, isolated pawn structure, white has a lot of chances for an attack. And Naka in his current form, he is really great at calculating, great at attacking. You know, he beat Fabi in a very nice attacking game, to be honest. But also this knight c3 move, yes, prepares for e4, and sometimes white wants to take on d4 with the minor piece. But normally, if you do that, if e4, take on d4, black just goes like bishop d7, knight c6, and starts trading stuff, and then it's very hard to win. So that's pretty interesting. All right, so a3, time. Naka spent 15 minutes, means he is out of his prep, but he obviously seen this structure many times in his life, and he plays a3, not even castle first, okay? So what does it mean? It's a good question. The most logical question would be now what white does after a6, yeah, because b5 is coming. And that's a big question, because if castles b5, yeah, like what is white going to do? And it's a big question. I don't know. Probably bishop d3, bishop e2. Bishop a2 is very unlikely. You play bishop a2 when you already take this pawn, yeah, with the idea of setting up this famous battery, yeah. Yeah, but if you play bishop e2, then black can think about taking this pawn. Yeah, but yeah, so I think a6 is critical. Again, if you play knight c6, it's not really that great, because knight on c6 is not that great. Yeah, because knight needs to get to d5. That's not happening fast. Maybe a6 here. Yeah, it's possible, I guess, because the idea of knight c6 is to stop e4. Yeah, you hit this guy. So you force white to take on c5. And then the big question is, what is this endgame? What is this endgame? And it looks like white is a little bit better here, because problems developing this bishop, they will always remain, yeah? Like castles, c1, bishop d7, for example, runs into knight. Ooh, g4. Wow. Okay, d8, g5, passive knights and active knights. And black got some problems to solve, yeah? Knight has no squares, bishop has no squares, unless you want to go back. Rook c8, bishop b3, yep. Yeah, well, okay. Some problems, but maybe black can survive this. But he's worse, okay, for sure. Black is worse. Alright, so I think knight c6 or a6 are most logical. You can also castle here. But after castle, you are faced with the same dilemma. Usually they play a6 and try not to declare this knight. Maybe this knight is better here on d7. Protecting this, but also helping with the bishop here. So it's a question. If black doesn't take on d4, at some point white either must take on c5 himself or play e4, yeah? Like if you play e4, like black move, yeah? e6, I don't know, e4. Yeah, well, this is a problem, yeah? Take on d4, knight takes, queen c7, already rook d8, trying to do that. b5, bishop a2 probably, yeah. Bishop b7, and we have this structure, yeah. And yeah, bishop on a2 kind of sucks. But if you play bishop d3, that kind of runs into rook d8. And now the question, how do you protect this guy? Bishop e3. Bishop. But if you play bishop e3, there is no e5. You must play this first. And knight c6, yeah. And black is almost equal, because there is no way to use the spin. There's always knight d4 check. So, okay, very interesting. I don't know. Bishop e7, very interesting waiting move. c5, a3, castle, castle. Oh yeah, they played, yeah? Castle, castle. Alright, so I'm expecting a6. Standard move in this queen's gambit, yeah? Preparing b5. Knight c6 is another move, but black doesn't really want to declare his knight so early. But it is also possible. And in Nepo's game, yeah, white is gonna go for the maneuvering parts and prepare for f4 at the best moment. The question is, the whole point of h5 is to prevent white from playing g4 and fixing that pawn, and also allowing white the square in g3 for the knight. Like if you play g4 now, black can play h4. And this pawn formation is a lot better than this pawn formation, okay? Now you don't have to worry about the weakness. Yes, white has g3, but after queen f6, even if you trade this pawn on h4 is actually an asset for black because it's a passed pawn. With the pair of bishops, easily defended, rook, bishop, while white has weakness on e3. Alright, so this is advantage black, so you don't want to play g3 in this position. But then there is no point in playing g4, yeah? Because right now this pawn is a little bit weak, but black is pretty sure either planning on either knight f6 or queen f6 and h4 at some point. Knight d7 just completes the development of the knight. Black also needs to castle queenside. If black managed to castle queenside, he has very solid position. I guess what Nepo is trying to do, he's trying to make Fabiano to try to play some irrational chess, to take some risk. So Nepo is playing pretty much for a draw, okay? And I think it's a ploy, first of all, because Fabio says himself he needs to win, right? Although, and he said that Nepo needs to win, but I disagree with that, yeah? I disagree with that because Nepo is black. And somebody talked earlier about there is no difference in colors, and I have to tell you, you have to wake up because there's a huge difference between playing black and white. Okay, it's huge. White is a huge advantage, especially in terms of psychology, okay? Yes, modern theory and objective chess knowledge tells that there is not much of a difference because white does not have advantage in the opening, in many openings, but what happens most is that black never has an advantage in the opening compared to white possibly having an advantage, because before black plays for an advantage, he needs to equalize. All right, unless it's a Naka-Vidit game where Naka goes knight takes e5 and God knows what's going on there. Yeah, you neglect your developments and then you get punished for sure. But you know, if you play normally, if white plays normally, develops, he has got, you know, this little half a move advantage. It's not much, but it's something. And black needs always, you know, to equalize first. All right. So knight d7. The engine suggests that white doesn't have a lot of advantage. I agree. Now Fabi has to think where to put this knight. You know, because maybe you want to play knight h3. Who knows? You want to keep this queen attached to this pawn, and then maybe f4, knight g5. Some weird idea. It is possible. Knight on e2 looks kind of sad because you're not getting to the square. You know, but you're preparing f4, or again, maybe f4, knight f3. I mean, if f4 like is very logical actually, because there is no g4 because of f5. Knight took away the square from the bishop. Okay, so you don't have g4. That means white can play knight f3 next move. Obviously, Nepo looked at this because he spent 4 minutes doing this thing, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna play the best line, which is this. Because if you take, now white is stuck with the weakness. Okay. And I'm pretty sure it's all analyzed. Yeah, the engine doesn't know how to evaluate this position. I'm kind of lost myself here as well, because on one hand black has weaknesses, on the other hand it's countered by this weakness, and the question is, can white get to knight to e5 or not? Yeah, so like rook f1. See, black takes on f3, he doesn't allow that. And if you can now take with the pawn or with the rook. With the pawn doesn't look good, you don't want to double your pawns. But if you take with the rook, black simply protects this guy, yeah? Like rook h3, you take on c3, gotta take with the pawn, and that's it. And black is better, because knight in this position is actually better than the bishop, because white it's got a lot of pawn chains, weak pawns, and no knight on e5 to cover it. And black knight is fantastic, yeah? Queen is fantastic, knight is fantastic, rook is fantastic. And this pawn, most important pawn that white was going after, is well developed, well defended, okay? Advantage black, actually. So white has to be careful. Yeah, you want to play f4, but this line tells you how tricky this is. Okay, that's why the computer plays knight a4, tries to keep this knight alive. But still, castles, you need to do something, yeah? a3, bishop d6, and you need to prepare knight e5 at some point. And black still takes this guy, and still plays knight f6, yeah? And still you're stuck with this weakness. So, you want to play f4, but it doesn't work. Yeah, that's a big question. Yeah, that's why actually the ancient likes to play a3 and to clarify the situation here, because you don't want to get this queen a5 and bishop c3 idea. So a3, because if black now leaves, now you can play this f4, g4, yeah? The question is which one? Probably this one, because you need this knight to cover the square, but also black is stuck with this bishop, which is closed by all white pawn formation, yeah? So if we go to look at the same line, white can actually take with this pawn. Threat of f5 forces black to do something. Knight f6, rook e1, again threat, and black loses the castling rights, and white gets a beautiful knight here, and it's advantage white because king is more valid target. Yes, black has better structure, nice minor pieces, but king is open. Okay, and this bishop is done. So that's why a3 is not bad. You guys see how complicated this is, yeah? You realize that this clarification is more important once you check out this f4 knight f3 line. So the question is, why can you do it here? Yeah, that's a big $1,000,000 question. Why can you not do the same thing now? Yeah, a3. All right, and the answer is that black successfully managed to stop this knight once again, yeah? And queen f6. And this pawn chain will be targeted by h4. Then a lot of trades, and you cannot get to this king without your knight. You need this knight here. Yeah, it is very complicated, okay? These are professionals, they know this. The next few moves actually decide the games, okay? All right, we see some women chess. Cool. All right, a6 is played. Now Naka is facing a vital choice, yeah? There are several ways for white to play. If you trade on c5, he understands that black's chances to make a draw increase significantly. So white can now think about playing queen e2 or bishop d3, okay? I think Garry Kasparov played something like bishop d3 in his time. But the problem with bishop d3 is that black can play this move because he anticipates the trade and e4. But now if you trade, the knight takes, yeah? So another move is to play queen e2. And then b5 and then bishop a2. And for example, if bishop b7 or knight d7, you can play e4. And you're ready for this rook d1, bishop e3, bishop b1, and e5, yeah? So I suspect that queen e2, something like this. Yeah, and then black must take this, of course, and play this line, yeah? And now the question, bishop d6, queen c7 to stop e5, or what, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's why bishop b7 bit more accurate, but I think it's the same thing actually. E4. It's not the same thing. Yeah, it's not the same thing because you have this move. Bishop G5, 97, Rook C1, Queen B8, and you cannot play E5 because the trades. Yeah, Rook E1, then you have Knight G4. Yeah, if White does not get this E5 in, then it's a problem for White for sure. Okay, Bishop D6. Yeah, this position is hard to understand. The whole point is if White managed to play E5 or not. If he managed to play E5 and keep his pawn alive and then get his knight and bishop here, then White is better. If he can't do it, then Black is fine. So, critical. So, Queen E2 I think makes a lot of sense. Yeah, DC5 is a little endgame that is better for White, but likely a draw. And also the question where to put this guy. Because, you know, sometimes when Black plays A6, White can play A4 and stop this B5, but Hikaru already played A3 here. There is no way he's gonna play A4. That I can guarantee. Okay. So, and F4 is played in Fabiano's game. Alright, going to chat. What did I miss? What did I miss? Wait, is there Vichy today? That's not Vichy, that's Eric Hansen. What are you talking about? I kind of miss Vichy commentary. He brought a lot of wisdom to his commentary. A3 looks a little bit timid. Okay. Alright, let's not go into discussion about my matches. That was completely different era, different time. No engines were this good then. Alright. Fabiano always chokes in the final round for some reason. Not necessarily. He actually beat me in the final round of the Grand Prix tournament. And I was on the first place and he killed me in that tournament. I was very upset. And he played on my time. When I was low on time, he really used my low time to kill me. But again, that's my fault. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I had big problems with the time trouble then. But that was one tournament that I really wanted to win. And he killed me and he took the first place instead. Alright. We just play overall. His psyche is extremely unstable. Extremely unstable. That might be his Achilles point. Compared to all these other guys, you know, they like nerves made of vibranium. Vidits, not so much. I should have beaten Alireza. What are you talking about? Alireza played really well in this tournament. The reason he scored so badly is because he keeps getting into time trouble and messing up his positions. He played really well in this tournament, guys. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Why are you so hard against Alireza? Alireza deserved to be here. He played fantastic games. If he scored the deserved points he had in these games, he would be at +2, okay? Instead, he is like -3. But he spoiled all of his games in the ridiculous time troubles. I don't know where he learned to get into time trouble like that, you know? I have no idea, but I'll tell you that part of the reason is because he lacked practice of tournament play, and his preparation was pretty much started only after it was clear that he would qualify by rating, yeah, which was middle of January, which didn't leave him much time. People who qualified to the candidates earlier, like straight out of the World Cup, or the Grand Prix, not the Grand Prix, but the Grand Swiss, right? They had at least 2 months on him, okay? You can see the difference. 2 months is a huge amount of time. All right. Let's gotta retire from reading chats. Dude, Mr. DH Ruff, chill the fuck out, man. I'm gonna put this on subscriber only chat, okay? Be respectful to people and to the commentator. All right. All right. Yes, Petrov is Nepo's weapon. Nobody wants to play against Petrov, which Nepo analyzed for many years, including his matches against Magnus Carlsen. So he definitely knows how to equalize there. Okay. All right. What else did I miss? Yes, Mr. Bongok, I agree. Gukesh is incredibly calm. Okay. Hey Troy, what's up? Hey Cat Thrower. Is Petrov considered a drawing opening? It was always considered a drawing opening. Always. I mean, we don't have to go back that far. Guys, remember Karpov-Kasparov matches? Do you remember those matches? Guys, these classics. You should know those. Karpov-Kasparov matches, they had the hugest amount of draws than those Petrovs. Yeah? Karpov played Petrov and Gary tried to break him, that Petrov, and eventually Gary managed to find a way to make life unpleasant for Anatoly. Okay? He didn't demonstrate a clear advantage in the opening, but he managed to find some lines which he knew would be very uncomfortable for Anatoly Karpov to play. Okay? Even though objectively these lines were like equal, it's just some positions you don't like. Okay? Then, and that's sort of a good enough reason for you not to play that opening anymore. Alright? So Gary found the key, but he took him a lot of time, a lot of months, a lot of games, okay? The reason why Gary lost to Kramnik is because, you know, compared to his matches versus Karpov, which were unlimited, right? First match was unlimited, and then you had 24-game match. Against Kramnik, he had, I don't know how many games they had. Actually, I think they had 20 games or something. Yeah, so he had time to break that Berlin, but not as in his first match against Karpov, which was unlimited. I think they had a lot of unlimited Petrovs in that unlimited match, I think. Or it could be 84-85 match, I kind of forget, but they played a lot of those. Yep. Queen's Indian, yep. Queen's Indian these days is dead, man. Nobody plays Queen's Indian because G3 killed it. So, yeah. So it's either Nimza Indian, but if white plays knight f3, then black plays d5, yeah? No Queen's Indians. And then we have the Catalan, yeah? Yeah, that's true. Chess.com have Danny speaking. You don't know that Danny is actually international master? That's kind of weird. Yeah. Leko is not live. I'm surprised actually. There have been some rumors that he's not feeling that well, so let's wish him some health and wish him to get back to chess commentary. He was very good. You met Petrov's ancestors' family? They even had held chess tournaments? Wow. We have Carlsen today? Where? Where do we have Carlsen today? On chess 24 maybe, yeah? Okay, let's see. Cool, let's see what he says.
Necessarily convinced by. It seems now that if black gets b5 and an easy development, like he's not going to have any problems whatsoever, and most of all, like he's going to have an objectively good position and have a very easy position to play as well. So the onus is really on Hikaru to do something special in the next few moves now. But yeah, interesting choice of Gukesh. Like, he clearly has studied this line. Even if I don't get it, he certainly does, and I think it's worked out excellently for him so far.
He's played b5 as you said he would. I want to go back to your comment about being surprised that Hikaru played d4, Magnus. What are your thoughts on whatever the meta psychological thoughts would be coming into a situation like this? Obviously, it's a must-win for Hikaru. Chooses d4 instead of e4. Is there some world where maybe you can outthink yourself in that spot or try to come up with something a little too creative? Just knowing the position the players are in, given the standings off the board, what would be your thoughts on that if you were in the preparation room?
I don't know, really. I'm not great in this situation personally when I have to win a classical game on demand. It's really easy, as you say, to overthink things when it comes to openings. Also, during the game, it's easy to become more focused on the results than the process. So I'm not sure I can give too good advice when it comes to the opening. Like, there are different approaches. One is to prepare something very specific, go for a quick kill. Otherwise, it's just going to be a draw probably. Or you play something where you try and play, some little idea, maybe get a game for 2 results, which can be really unpleasant as well. As long as there's like a little bit of pressure. In sort of a must not lose situation, it cannot, it's not always that easy. Or you can do something completely different, which is just play some Reti or London type of opening. Even though like both those openings are analyzed very heavily these days, but sort of in a way try and get a quiet position and play it from there. And which approach is best, depends on opponent's mood and so on. I don't know.
Well, to your point, 1c4 has not been played a single time this tournament. One knight f3 was played twice, both times.
Yeah, it's kind of nice they invited Magnus actually to commentate, yeah? I haven't seen Magnus in the commentary role like in a long time. But you guys see he played queen e2 and bishop a2, right? Remember I suggested these ideas? And because that's the only way for white to try to fight and to get this dc5 e4 in. Okay, so it will be very interesting. It's not so easy to play. So Nepo plays bishop g5. Let's go back to chess. Nepo plays bishop g4, which is actually, I think he missed prep, yeah? He must take on f4 first. So Nepo actually mixed up his prep. That's very interesting. Now bishop e2. What is the difference here if you take on f4 first? And bishop e2 here. Yeah, the difference is huge, yeah? And if you play bishop 2 here... Oh, no, there's no knight f6, yeah? Oh. Wait, what? Take. 94. G6. And okay, f1. You need to stop the check, obviously. Yeah, if queen g8, then oh yeah, you have queen b3. Okay, yeah, that's advantage white for sure. Oh, Nepo misplayed his prep, man. Cool. Take a knight e2, and now white is better. White is better because... But there's only one move for white. And that's not recapturing it. You have 3 ways to recapture the pawn, but it would be error to recapture it, and you play e4 here. Oh. Wow. Wow. Does Fabi know this? I suspect he knows this nuance, yeah? I suspect he knows about this nuance. That's why he's thinking. He's spending time, man. Because it's important to open this king before he castles. Yeah. Yeah, you must take this for sure. Take. And black needs to castle really fast. So queen c5. Take, king b1. If you take on e4, the problem is d5. That's the problem. Because king will find no safety here if his pawn chain is broken. So, but if you castle, there is just pawn down, yeah? Actually, pawn takes. And black king is weak. I mean, he's not lost, but extremely unpleasant to play. Wow. Bishop e2. Will Fabi find this move? Because if you don't play bishop e2, then black is fine. Yeah, queen f6 and castle next move. Pretty much. Pretty much, because knight f3 runs into bishop f3, always. And black is completely okay. So Fabi has bishop e2. Will he find this move? If he finds bishop e2, he is better. Okay. So Gukesh is now thinking several things to think about. Take on d4, c4, actually, not a bad idea maybe. But more logical, bishop b7 or knight d7. How to play. Okay, this is a serious thinking. Also knight c6 I think is viable. And you always have to look what happens here. Yeah, that's the critical moment, because here you have this knight d4 idea, standard idea. Take. Black needs to trade pieces to diminish white's attacking potential. And white needs to attack, yeah. So again, critical position. So maybe knight c6, also possible. Alright, so what's going on? So Fabi didn't find, oh my god, no, he didn't find it. And now black takes on f4, takes on f3, critical taking, and black is fine, yeah? Pretty sure he's gonna take with this pawn. This is a must. And this is critical position. Queen f6. Check. And king d8 or king f8, yeah? I actually think king d8 is better now. Yeah, because you can actually do this artificial castling. And white pawn structure is in ruins. Oh my god, Fabi missed bishop e2, man. How can you miss bishop e2? I mean, you miss the e4 idea, yeah? That's the idea. Yeah, now black is fine. Nepo survives this game. Yeah, because if you miss chance like this, then black gets comfortable game, then it's very likely Nepo survives. Because he's playing well here. Yeah, if he's not blundering, he's not getting worse in the opening, he's surviving this. Alright, let's go back to Magnus.
Jan will know that Fabi will not want to do that. So yeah, I think they've, as I said, they've both done well in that sense. And the position we have, I mean, it's not the most exciting position, but what can you really expect? Maybe Fabi should just have played maybe he should have just played e4 and kind of know that Jan cannot play the Petrov.
Right.
But then he also knows that Jan knows, you know, it's
right.
It's yeah, but
Wait, did they saw this bishop e2 move? Oh, they probably don't have the engines on also, yeah? So I'm pretty sure Magnus also missed bishop e2. So see, bishop e2 is hard, yeah? Hard to find.
That's not how it works. So
Yeah.
I'm worried about the position that they have, that with good play, you know, there aren't going to be that many chances. But there is some imbalance. Like, you can see that black definitely has some long-term positional potential here. So
Yeah.
who knows?
Correct. Yeah.
If we could dive into this specific move, knight f3, obviously we see the eval bar, the chat sees the eval bar. In a position like this, the computer is going to vacillate, and these small changes are largely meaningless, but this bishop e2 move was preferred, at least initially, and all that I really know about these structures is that from a positional standpoint, a trade of light squared bishops sometimes favors white because you get this f5 square, and I was partial to this position initially. Maybe queen e7 is something that Fabi didn't want to allow. This might lead to some fireworks. Magnus, if you had to decide between bishop e2 and knight f3, knight f3 does seem like the natural move, which will likely trigger an exchange on f4. What do you make of the resulting position, and is bishop e2, was that on his radar, and why do you think it might have been rejected?
Honestly, I think it may be nerves. Because Fabi is usually quite good at, or really good at dealing with these positions very concretely. And if he had realized, I mean, knowing the computer evaluation, which I obviously didn't at first when I stupidly vouched for knight f3, knowing the computer evaluation, you understand that it's a concrete position and that one move is going to be a bit better than the other. And then you realize bishop e2. And I don't think it's about the f5 square or that the trade of light square bishops is good for white. I think it's all about time. And what you need here is, let's say there's a trade queen e7, which is like normal, very natural play for black. I assume the idea is you go e4, d5,
Yeah.
and that this is good for white.
Yep. Oh yeah, you can just take on e4 probably.
And
because the cheap pawn is hanging, yeah?
I'm sure Fabi gave this some consideration, or actually I'm not sure. Maybe
Okay, let's see, because this pawn on d5 would be hanging. Like bishop e2, knight e2, queen e7, e4, take on e4, and yeah, I actually think knight e4 is also great, because if you take on f4, then knight takes, yeah? Black can just resign pretty much. Knight d5, knight h5, so this g5 pawn is like gonna be lost. And it's definitely advantage white. a3, and where does the bishop go? Yeah, bishop here, and d5 even here, yeah. So, yeah, Fabi missed his chance actually, because this position is a big advantage for him. Yeah, it's unfortunate. He'll be very upset once he finds about this missed chance. Alright. But Nepo plays queen e7. Okay, he doesn't trade this knight. It's inaccurate. It's not that inaccurate, still okay, but it's not the greatest move. Yeah, because rook e1 now looks good, but then black takes and castles, yeah? And you probably want to capture this knight also. And this is very, very solid for black, for sure. This is a draw. Yeah, so Nepo probably makes a draw in this game. So the only way for white to play for a win is to play e4 here, yeah. So e4 is critical, take on e4. If you take with the knight is pretty much tight take. Castles, maybe a3 and t5 here, yeah. The problem is that black has this rook c8.
very often in these lines,
And now you have to calculate what is this. And this can get very, very messy. So, yeah, but e4 must be played, yeah? Take, take. What about take with the bishop instead?
This should be.
Yeah, I like with the
And of
bishop
course, like,
more, I
that's
think.
before long term.
You must take this, yeah?
Potentially.
Rook e1, castles.
Much better.
Castles is bishop c6.
That happens.
A little bit better for white, so maybe castles.
Because if you include GF,
d5 runs into
then you get rid of
trade and knight c5. And black is certainly okay. Yeah, but knight d5, that's the problem, yeah. Knight d5. Queen f8, take, take. d5. And the idea is that you have this check, which is critical. So, white is still a little bit better here, yeah. After e4, white is better.
It's been a really long.
I actually expect Nepo to take on c3 because this knight is dangerous in so many lines.
Also,
Take, take, and now castle, yeah.
Gukesh just made a move
We'll take on f4 now, actually. And queen d6. Yeah, because equal number of pawns. Yes, you have the bishop moving, but you have this move. And rook c8 is coming. So, take, take, here, take, queen f3, take, queen f7. So, oh, check. Oh, check. Okay. And it's a draw. Alright, so let's see. e4 is played. Okay. And here we have cd4. Now white has a choice. Rook d1, take with the pawn or take with the knight. Yeah, you really don't want to take with the knight here because then you have problems playing e4. So it's either rook d1 or e d4. Ideally you need this rook on d1. So white wants to play this. I think he has to take immediately. And play bishop g5 and put the rook on d1, rook on e1, bishop on b1. That's the ideal attacking position
that's a bit too general
for white. It's not easy to attack though, because knight h5 always this critical idea for black to trade this bishop. If you don't trade this bishop, then you play something like this, and then black knights come here. So yeah, this is a fight. Alright, let me turn off these guys for now. And let's see what's going on here. So, e4. Kind of big chance for Fabi actually. Alright. Nepo needs to win. Well, knowing Nepo, I think he wants to equalize first, and then he can think about playing for a win. Nepo is actually a very practical person. He's not gonna just foolishly rush into something. The way he won his previous candidates is definitely not by taking unnecessary risk. He takes calculated risk. Yeah, right now in this position, he still needs to castle. Once his king is castled and safe, then he's gonna start thinking about playing for a win. This is definitely a position where anything goes, yeah? I like how bishops and knights is symmetrical. White has this pressure in the center. But now Nepo has to calculate precisely. I'm actually very surprised Nepo didn't go for that line where he takes on f3, on f4, and puts the queen on f6. I'm very surprised, because that would have been a lot easier for him to play than this position, yeah? But he misplayed, yeah? Already 2 times in a row. He misplayed with bishop g4. Immediately should have taken f4 first, and now he misplayed with queen e7. So actually, Fabi is given a chance in this game. The question is, will Fabi take this chance? That's a big question, yeah? So, let's see those faces. Well, they're looking at Abbasov right now. Abbasov with whites, he is not too happy about his position. Prague is pretty confident. So Progress will be playing for a win. It's always nice to finish the tournament with a win, even if you didn't do so well, yeah, because, you know, it's a high note. So, I don't know. Bishop c3 played really fast. That's the line we looked at last time, right? Queen c3, take on e4, bishop takes, and now take on f4. This rook on e1. Yeah, if we played rook h1, this is no problem, but this rook to e1 is a problem. Because that same line now doesn't work, yeah? That same line doesn't work because you have 95, the rook is not hanging. And white wins the exchange. Oh. Ooh. Chance for Fabio to prove his quality. Yeah, but okay, castles first, yeah. Castles first. Rook e1. Still attacking this guy, and knight g5 with a threat. Yeah, it's still not easy. Knight g5 is coming, yeah. Knight g5 is coming, man. The only thing I can think of is he takes on f3. But he takes on c6 first, of course. So... and g4 runs into bishop c6, bishop c7 problem, yeah? So, yeah, but in king b8, just take on g5, extra pawn for white. Yeah. Okay, advantage white. Yeah, Nepo is playing so fast, man. In this critical round, he is not thinking, he's playing fast. There's something wrong. I think his nerves are being... you know, guys, remember that it was Nepo's nerves in his match versus Magnus, right? He lost that critical 6 game, and then the next few games he's just blundering stuff, yeah? He's playing impulsively and blundering stuff, and Magnus punishing him for that, okay? So this is exactly what's happening here. Nepo is playing impulsive moves based on a short-term calculation, and he's blundering stuff. And now Fabio knows he's got a chance, okay? Fabio can get a big advantage now. Nepo nerves are taking a turn for worse. All right, critical game, yeah, today. Rook d1 or take on d4. Big choices. I don't understand how rook d1 can be so good, especially if you follow it up with this move. Yeah, what if black plays knight d7? What is the problem? Okay, the engine says the problem is this, but I cannot believe this. Yeah, this is undeveloped. How can this be a problem? Take, okay. Yeah, you can even take this and play queen e8. Yeah, black is completely fine. Knight goes to e6 or something. Bishop e3. If you stop, then bishop f6. So you can't do that. So you need to play bishop f4, bishop d2. Whichever move it is, the knight is going to e6, blocks the diagonal, and bishop is arriving on f6. Unless you play bishop c3 first. And if knight e6, for example, then white has advantage, yeah? Because black pieces are very passive. Rook a7, what? What? And queen a8. My god. Okay, then why do we play queen e8, yeah? Yeah, rook a7 here doesn't work. Yeah, queen e8 is the only move, actually. Wow. Alright, and there is another move here. Another move is here, is just play rook e8 and allow this bishop trades, but then we get this, yeah? Then we get this endgame, but pair of bishops actually is unpleasant for black. Okay, so this d5 thing is actually maybe unpleasant for black, yeah? Maybe unpleasant. That's interesting. But how does queen d6 stop this? Just physically taking this thing, yeah? Bishop g5, knight d7. 95 for sure. And rook a d8. Everything is protected. Queen on d6 is actually not that bad, because it can always move to b6 if you put the bishop here, for example. And if I play rook c1, queen b6, bishop b1, yeah, creating stuff. Rook f8. And unclear. Again, a big fight. I don't know who is better here. I don't know. Chances for both, yeah? One wrong move, all it takes to get from worse to better. Alright. Okay, b4. Wow. Very interesting. White doesn't have my choice, he must take. But then black has knight c6. With the threat to take here or to take on d4. If b5, then black is better because this is huge pin. And this is huge pin here as well. Okay, but if you don't play b5, then you must play this. And we get this game. So rook on a1 is operating, but knight gets nice square. You cannot get rid of him. But white gets nice potential attack. Yeah. Very double-edged. Alright, let's see what the chat says. When Epo goes, when he walks off after every move, he goes to the restroom. Not the toilet, but there is a restroom for the players. Refreshment room, where they have drinks, food, you know, couches, yeah. I heard the story that apparently that Mark Gluchowski is allowed to be there for some reason. I'm not sure why, but maybe it's just a rumor. Because apart from the players, nobody should be allowed in this room. Okay. Well, one thing I wouldn't accuse Nepo of is of cheating. Yeah, Nepo is definitely not the cheating type of player. I mean, if there was any reason to cheat, that would be a reason for him to... the only reason to cheat would be in his match versus Magnus. But we all know that... how did that match go, yeah? So there was no reason. Alright. Can two candidates talk about chess while sitting in the lounge? No. No talking allowed. Alright, they back to... Wait, are the moves made? Alright, 5b found the line. Okay, let's see. Commentators here are resting. Let's see what the feeder channel says.
d6.
I mean, Nepo surely calculated this. Maybe this is exactly what he's anticipating. So yeah, let's take queen d6.
Yeah, rook he1 is no problem. Okay, but the big problem is rook de1. Okay, rook de1 is the big problem. Nepo now I think he starts to see rook d1 and he realizes he is in a big trouble. Yeah, rook h1 is no problem. I think that's the only move he calculated. And the problem is that after queen d6, bishop d7, you know, black is okay. Wait, what are they looking at? That's not how it is, yeah? Take, castles, rook d1. That's a problem because if king b8, you just take on g5. And that's a pawn. It may be not much, but it's a pawn because you also have bishop g6. You can take this one too. So rook d1 is a huge problem for Nepo. I think that's what he missed. I think he looked at rook he1 automatically because, you know, rook's in the center, etc. But this rook is a problem. Now the knight is unpinned and you don't have time to take because of this check. Yeah, for some reason the comp doesn't go for this line. It says that after knight g5, knight b6, black is fine here because pawn is under attack, yeah? Now the comp takes on the pawn and plays queen e3 here to protect the guy. I don't know. Maybe. The threat is bishop f3, queen g5, yeah? Alright, so queen e3 looks good. Yeah, I'd probably consider rook g8 anyway, reinforce the threats. Queen f4, the idea is if you take on f3, I can take on h5, yeah? Advantage. Take on g3. Must take because rook is hanging. And now rook h7 is the only move. And rook f8, rook e7 is a problem, yeah, for black. Because if you play knight b6, take here, there's check. And we got the endgame where black is nearly lost. So again, Fabi has a chance in this game. Nepo is blundering. He made so many impulsive moves in a row. He is blundering stuff. All right, let's see where that leads to. Okay. Okay, we have Danny doing commentary today. It's a big day. Eric is very, very relaxed, I see. Yeah, but they're looking only at rook he1, man. Yeah, I mean, it's logical, but yeah, they don't use the engines, of course. Yeah, if you don't, yeah, I agree. All right, pawns look terrible in the Chi file. Hikaru's still following Sokolov's game. What game? Is there a game? I have no idea. Anand missing? Okay. Yeah, but see, I knew that Naku is not going to play rook d1 because you need this rook on d1, yeah? But the problem is this move, yeah. Guki found this move. Goku found this move. If Kramnik's still working with Nepo, I would not be surprised, but these days Kramnik is very busy fighting the injustice. So I don't think they want Kramnik in his current mind state to be helping them. But it's always possible, I don't know. Sadler Matthew versus Sokolov, 2004, really? I really doubt they knew this game. I really doubt it, man. I really doubt it. Very unlikely. I mean, look at the times, man, for God's sakes. 1 hour 26, like 30, half an hour left spent, and Naka spends even more. This is unlikely that they follow anything. They're just playing chess at this point. Nepo is suffering, yeah? Nepo is suffering. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the commentators would find rook d1 finally and realize that the position has big problems for black. Nepo already found rook d1, I can guarantee you this. See? He already found rook de1. That's why he's shaking his head. He is trying to get out of this mess, which he got himself into because he didn't think previously. Okay? And he should have. He played impulsively in a critical part of the game, the opening, and now he has to pay the price for it. And Fabi, well spent time thinking and getting that advantage in the opening. Fabi didn't find bishop e2, but he capitalizes on Nepo's queen e7 mistake. Yeah. Good job, Fabi. Good job, man. So, what's the official game? Yeah, amazing that, you know, only 11 moves played in the Naka's game, and they already spent enormous amount of time, both of them. Compared to Yan, where they have 17 moves played, they have same number of times spent, yeah? So, if you notice, the players at this level, they try not to let your opponent run away with too much time advantage, okay? They try to to stay toe-to-toe in time management, because everybody knows how dangerous it is to get into time trouble. Time trouble in complicated position means you lose the game. So Nepo has to find this only chance where he takes only 4 castles, gives this pawn on g5 and plays queen f6, g7, knight b6, yeah. And then we have that endgame where black has chance to make a draw, but it's very hard to find it. Yeah, there's another crazy move in this position, which is knight f6. Absolutely crazy move. And the idea is that you allow white to go to the center, but you put this knight here, and now white has a choice between queen e1 and just giving up an exchange, which I think is very strong with this knight, but there's always a but, right? But you cannot get rid of this knight so easily. Also, black has big problems putting his king somewhere. Okay, he must play e3, stops the pin, now you can castle, but f5, f6, knight e4, yeah? Knight is very strong, potentially knight goes to d6, but maybe black survives. And if you don't want to do that, then you play queen e1 here, and you want to grab this pawn, yeah? But there's always a but. Black can now just castle and play this structure. Now this is a weakness, and bishop gets magnificent square on d5 with a potential counterattack on the g file. But this bishop will be absolutely amazing here, yeah? Probably check, probably must play this to stop the rook on the g file, and then we get into this discussion, yeah? Because if you don't play knight g5, black wants to take here and double your pawns, yeah? So if you play something like knight h4, for example, then black is just better. Knight really sucks here. Really sucks here. So maybe knight f6 is actually not a bad idea, yeah? Maybe not such a bad idea. Alright, but let's see. If white can play this threat, mistake. White can still play this, yeah? Take, take, queen e4, rook e1, probably take on f3. Take, take, take. But this looks like a draw to me. But yeah, actually white wins this pawn. King is in the center. Does look like white has advantage, yeah? Probably this rook. With queen a5. Yeah, this endgame is very hard for black to hold because a lot of weaknesses. King is in the center, a lot of checks, pawns are attacked. Yeah, okay. And if you don't take on e4, then you must play. Then you can't castle alongside because of the check. That means you must go king f8, but then just take on g5. Yeah, white is winning. So knight f6 doesn't work either. All right. So what else does black have? What else black has here? Can he take and just take here? And just castle, yeah. The problem with this is this now white has d5, and if you play c5, there is d6 and you resign, yeah. Queen comes, everything comes. So you cannot play c5. You must play queen f6. Try to trade the queens before you get mated. But white has now a pleasant choice. Take on c6, extra pawn here, or take on g5, yeah. Very pleasant choice. Yeah, black is in a huge amount of trouble. So Nepo really misplayed. Really misplayed. Naka plays knight e4. Okay, that's pretty interesting move. I played knight e4 against Karpov in our World Chess Championship match. It was a novelty at the time. I prepared this novelty, and I managed to win a very nice game in a similar structure. But then his team found the improvements, and he killed me with black later in the return game. So, yeah. So I remember 94, but I don't think 94 is good, because you're trading the attacking potential. You need every piece. If you have bad pawn structure like this, you need every piece to attack the black king or to create pressure in the center. Okay. 94 does neither. I don't like 94. Yeah, I don't like 94. Yeah, I think he should have just gone for this position. I'm pretty sure Naka didn't like this, but you know, White has pretty much still this idea Rook A3, Rook H3, so there's still some chance for White to go for an attack. And also his bishops now are like very strong. Yeah, that's what I would probably play with White here. But he plays 94. A little bit weird. Alright, so people are discussing this game. Oh, Magnus is back. Okay, let's...
I was classical world champion for a few years, but that was not the reason why, in itself, why I was the best player in the world. It was because I had the highest rating and I was winning a lot of tournaments. Like, it was just one of the things. So again, it just depends on what you want. If you want to make sure that the best player is going to win, you probably need to have shorter time controls and a lot more games. And then, yeah, that would significantly increase the likelihood that the best chess player wins. If you want to increase the sporting intrigue and so on, then the system we have is not a bad way. We should just not conflate the two.
Okay. Fascinating stuff, good stuff. Magnus, last question before we head to a break, whether we let you go or not, although we did just have a move here from Jan and Paul Michi, if we want to. Let's quickly do some chess while we have you, Magnus. Got to get your thoughts on bishop takes f3 before the last general question.
Yeah, I think it depends on concrete calculation now. Obviously, Fabio's he's gonna take back. I mean, ED5 doesn't obviously lose on the spot, but it looks crazy. So he's gonna take back. And then, yeah, it all depends on concrete calculation here. Whether you go D, then like FE is not good for black positionally, but you could argue that black has some counterplay with the H pawn, and he will probably be safe. So there's also bishop takes E4. Honestly,
ED
I don't
is
know.
interesting. ED actually
By the way,
maybe
G takes
just a
F3.
bullet brawl.
G takes f3 has bbeen played, but it is funny. I will mention E takes D because Magnus mentioned, and I wasn't even considering it until you said it, Magnus. But turns out it actually is
it's
possible.
not terrible.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And if bishop D5, apparently you have this sort of like maybe
Probably with the
there's
other
some
rook.
sort of crazy. Okay,
But
maybe
Yeah, the other rook with black castles,
Yeah.
and then black is kind of out of the woods.
Mhm. And why?
Yeah.
GF white is just solidly better. It's the practical choice, right? GF, DE, bishop E4. You keep the status quo. Although
Yeah.
Jan did that yesterday and eventually let Hikaru out of his grasp. So Fabi will have to find the moment to step on the gas pedal. But maybe Jan's coming to him. Yeah, DE on the board. And D5 is a move here
Yeah.
too, I guess.
Yeah, D5 maybe met with Queen C5, concretely.
get the queens off the board.
Yeah, I mean, Jan would love to see that, even though he's still under a little bit of pressure there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I assume bishop E4 is the most critical. Is you want to play with with energy here, go for d5.
Yeah, I think d5 runs into queen f6 or something. So let's check, yeah. d5, I think queen f6 here is... Yeah, queen f6 or queen c5, actually, both moves. Queen c5 is more precise. The bishop is under attack. But then bishop c4. Okay. So, yeah, so queen f6 is correct, yeah. The queen is under attack, the bishop is under attack, and if you trade on e4, then black takes here, takes on f4, and castles. And black's fine, because double pawns, and black has passer of his own. This is very close to equal after knight f6. Okay, so here the critical line would be take, take, take. What would be the critical line? Take, take, take. Not bishop takes, but take on f4 first. And the idea is if you castle, there is rook d6, which I think is also still better. Yeah, but this is better for white for sure than the other line, yeah? Because if you take with rook, you leave your powerful bishop in the center, and the rook is starting to hit a lot of things. Yeah, this is definitely an improvement for white. Now either take on rook f6 or rook f6 immediately. Yeah, because now rook can hit this guy, king comes, rook h4, knight is pretty bad, advantage white for sure. Yeah, so d5 is definitely possible, but of course bishop e4 is the main move. And now black has to make a choice. If castles, there's d5 again. If c5, d6, white wins immediately. So black must do something here. Probably same idea, queen f6, but queen a5, yeah. Hits everything. cd5. Actually even queen d5. And black loses important pawn on g5 and technical win for white. And you play king b8. Then white has extra pawn, huge attack on the king, completely winning. Okay, completely winning. So I'm not sure what Jan's idea is after bishop e4. The engine says gf4 is actually the only move. And if d5, then again, same idea. Try to trade the queen and go for this position. But as we've seen, gf4 leaves black with some good winning chances. Because rook c8 runs into bishop f5, check, and rook d6. Threat is rook d1, and black is left with this very sad position, which should be completely winning for white because knight is never moving. If king moves to c8, dead. King moves to e8, knight cannot move because of a mate. So white, for practical purposes, this is lost position for black. So this endgame is very, very unpleasant, but it's the only way for black to play, I guess. After d5, I don't see any other solution for black. And of course, there's always this g4 idea. Castles, again, d5, yeah. Take knight c5 probably. And then we run into this gh here. c7 is a threat. c8. Okay, this is actually playable for black. So what happens? Where did I miss my advantage? Okay, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, rook d7. Are you serious? Like, seriously? What is rook d7? Oh my god, it's an amazing move, you know, guys, because if you take with the knight and you play this, and white also has this move, tempo, right? You take c8 queen, wins, yeah. But if the rook moves, now you can take it, and rook to d5. Yeah, this is a win. This bishop is too strong. Weak pawns, which white will win eventually. So Fabi is gonna win this game because Nepo nerfs, they shut him down. Yeah, Nepo blitzed some moves in a critical position, and he blundered. And now Fabi is going to win because of this. So that means Fabi wins this game. He joins Gukesh, and it's very likely we're going to see Fabiano versus Gukesh playoff tomorrow. Very, very likely. Yeah. All right, let's go back to Magnus. Oh, they're done? Okay. So Fabi knows he's got his chance. He has to calculate everything precisely. Oh my God, Rex is there.
But youngsters coming up, I mean, Gukesh, just 17 years old. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's amazing. Frankly, I would like to see many more girls come up because we're still far behind in the ratio of girls to boys.
If you don't know who this guy is Rex Sinfield. Rex Sinfield, he created the St. Louis Chess Club, and he is the biggest sponsor of American chess.
Ratio, same
Except
boys,
me.
same girls, same number. But then the girls drop off, so we have to figure out how to stop that. And I don't know the answer.
Of course, you run St. Louis Chess Club, which is the chess hub of US and I think the world at this point. Do you feel like you are doing anything in this regard of getting girls into chess and keeping them there?
Yeah, we're very active at it. Joy Bray, right there behind you, is our manager. She's the one to talk to. But we are doing quite a bit. We have a lot of tournaments for women. When we have a tournament for men, there's usually one right alongside for women as well.
Well, that could help, like the candidates, what we're having here.
We have
All
all
right.
of our big tournaments. We have a female duplicate.
All right. So, they're doing the female thing now. Okay. All right. So, take on a3, take on a3. Let's see. Bishop b7 is a must. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think there is any other move here. Because obviously you don't take and allow the queen to hit absolutely everything. I mean, you can play knight d7 with the idea of taking a knight f6 on d5. Yeah, you can do that, but you leave this knight alive. And then we're getting this weird idea where white can put both of these knights here and bishop here. This is going to be a mess, okay? I've never seen this configuration of white pieces in this position before. Extremely interesting. Protects the pawn, protects each other. Most importantly, this knight. This is the key piece for white, yeah? Hits everything, and this knight makes white's whole game. Without this knight, white would be worse. But yeah, but the bishops, where do you need the bishops? Yeah. Big question. Bishop on d3, bishop b2, runs into rook b2 at some point. So opening the files is, I think, is better for black actually, yeah, because you get rooks here, block on d5, bishop probably to d5, or you can put the bishop on a6, but eventually the bishop will end up on this diagonal. So yeah, this is very tricky. Yeah, so bishop b7, the question is, yeah, but if you play knight g5 here, then it's just h6, or bishop d5 first, yeah? And then h6, and you have to put the knight on h3, which you really don't want to do, because now black is going to hit this guy, and white has no compensation. So, bishop b7, critical move, and now the question, knight c5, or knight f6. Knight on c5 is rarely played because you want to attack, you don't want to play here, okay? But again, it is possible, I guess, but after bishop d5, I just don't see this. It's not very stable, knight too. Again, knight c6, hitting this pawn, it's coming up. So, take on f6, take on f6, this is going to be the critical position, and the one that we have to figure out how to play for both. White has choice, bishop f4, rook d1, or try to put this rook on d1 again, yeah. Yeah, tough choices. Black can play knight c6 or knight d7. I like knight c6. This is how Karpov played. He put the bishop here and knight on e7 now. And then bishop on d5 and knight to f5 to stop any attack. The idea is, just to briefly show you, that the knight goes to f5. The idea is simply to force white to give up this bishop. Yes, you double the pawn structure, but black is much better because this bishop's super strong. And white pieces now are so passive, okay? This is improved version of the Caro-Kann with the knight of 6 ef6 line. This is a dream version for black. That's why black likes to put the knight on f5 to provoke white into bishop f5. And if you play g4, it's not gonna help you. Yeah, knight e5 probably, and then just g6. You need to close this bishop permanently if you want to defend in this position. And it's very likely something like this happens, and then it's very likely something like this happens. Okay, very strong bishop, but most importantly, this knight controls the square if white wants to get rid of this bishop. Okay, critical. And now there is no attack for white, and black is super solid, and it looks like equal position. I mean, equal, there is so much play here, but I think only black can be better here. So that's why I didn't like Naka's 94. Okay, I really didn't like this move. So bishop b7 is played, right? What was played? And now Naka is in the long thing. They're gonna show, okay, they show Fabi. Fabi is calculating, trying to calculate. He needs to find rook d6 in the endgame, right? That's very hard to find. All right, let's go to Fabi's game again. For those who missed, there is this line which is important, okay? The line is this: take d5, queen c5, take queen c3, bc3, bc6, and you must not take here because black is fine. You must take on f4, and there are two moves for black to play: rook c8 or rook h6, yeah? Or castle. Castle is probably the best move, because if you play rook c8, then white plays bishop f5, rook e1, rook d6, rook e8, and this is a technical win for white because black is paralyzed completely. Knight is not moving. Okay? But if you castle, you need to see this move, which is very hard to see. Very, very hard to see this idea. You know, you want to grab the pawn. It's like natural, yeah? Natural reaction. But you need to attack it. And now black has serious problems. Serious problems for black because you're not actually taking this pawn. You can, but you keep this as a threat. And you're going after this guy instead. Rook d7 is bishop f5. So king b8, you get this pawn, and you get this pawn. And then white is completely winning. So Fabi needs to find this line. I'm sure he sees something like this. He is working out the details. So we're looking at the win for Fabi versus Jan. Yeah, if he wins this game, domination, domination of the candidate stops. And finally we get a new challenger for the World Chess Championship title, which is a good thing in my brain. I don't care actually who is going to be a new challenger. I just don't want to see Nepo playing the match again. It's just so boring, man. And I think like we're going to get this wish. So who is the person challenging? Again, could be Nepo. Not Nepo, it could be Naka, Gukesh, or Fabi. Right now it looks like Fabi is winning this game. So he is guaranteeing himself tie breaks tomorrow. And all depends on the game between Gukesh and Naka, but the way this game going right now, Gukesh is playing extremely solid chess. Also, he is calculating correctly, and there are choices for white that Naka has to make now in this position, which I don't think he is happy with. Yeah, because he needs to trade this knight. If you trade this knight with each trade, black's defensive task is getting simpler. Okay, even if you trade here, like you play bishop f4, black can actually play bishop d5. Okay, And if you don't want to trade this bishop, but then knight c6 comes and black hits this guy. Alright, so black is like at least equal here. So I'm thinking maybe Naka has to go back, but then Gukesh can play knight d5. And then we're gonna see the same thing. Black can just play bishop d5 and knight c6. And black is better because this bishop is bad and there is no attack. This thing is easily resolved. So I really don't like Naka's chances in this game. That means Gukesh's choice of the opening was absolutely brilliant. And Naka didn't handle this surprise well. So objectively speaking, I don't see how Gukesh can lose this game. Okay, so theoretically so far we're looking at Gukesh versus Fabiano tiebreaks tomorrow. And it's going to be rapid time control, and because I've never seen Gukesh play Title Tuesdays or any of the rapid events online on chess.com, I would say that Fabi's chances are higher. So right now, if they get to the tie breaks, I think Fabi wins the tie breaks. And then we're going to see the match between Fabiano and Dingleren. Okay? And then, of course, you know, people will talk about who is going to win the match. And it's not a given that Fabi wins this, but he has higher chances, okay? So, yeah. So that's the prognosis right now that I have. They show us the commentators. Irina in this illustrious shirt. Eric in the working man shirt. Straight out of the Tim Allen's Home Improvements TV show from the 90s. Bishop e4, and now Nepo is very sad. You guys can see Nepo is very nervous. He is very upset. He realizes he is in a big amount of trouble. I mean, can you guys see it? Am I showing this? Yes, you guys see it, yeah? Nepo is very unhappy. Very unhappy. He is probably gonna lose this game, and he knows it. Especially against Fabiano. Fabiano now is gonna do everything right to make sure he wins this game. He's given a chance of a lifetime. Okay, in his case not of a lifetime, but okay. A chance that comes up only once every 2 years. Yeah, so he's gonna do everything very accurately, professionally, not running into the time trouble, but making sure, you know, he wins this game. All right, I'm like 99% certain that Fabi is gonna win this because, yeah, Nepo played like really bad, quickly and bad. Okay. All right. Let's see. Wait, they already played Bishop e4, no? Yeah, Bishop e4 is already played. Okay, they are looking at that game. All right, so let's see what the chat says. Okay. Yeah, I already mentioned who I think is going to win in Fabi versus Gukesh. No, the simul is tomorrow, gentlemen. Today is a special day. Yeah, I cannot do the simul when we have such an important games going. Normally, I would not commentate because there are so many commentators out there. Every grandmaster pretty much is commentating this on their channel, one form or another. So, but, you know, I figured, like, you know, if I'm not going to do the simul, then let's do commentary at least, okay? All right. Great. Okay, so a clip of Rex playing Kasparov. Is Gata second one of the players? Are you kidding me? Nope. I'm not discussing girls, man. I'm a married man. Have mercy. All right. What else? Who do you think? Okay, that's I answered that. Nepo versus Dink was way more exciting than Magnus versus Fabi. Okay, if you think so, more power to you. Okay. Gukesh have to win. He is not gonna win, man. I really doubt Naka would lose this game. You know, he probably understands that he's not going to win this game, but he's going to make sure that he's not going to lose this, so Fabi gets a tiebreak chance. Okay? Naka is still an American, first of all. If he sees that he cannot win, he makes sure that Fabi is going to win his game and gets his chance. Alright? You gotta understand this, guys. Fabi and Naka, they're teammates, Olympic teammates for a very long time. They've been competitors, but they're also on friendly terms. Alright? So, yes, I think this is very unfair that, you know, the first place in the candidates gets to play a match for the World Chess Championship for the millions and everybody else gets nothing. But it's a sport, yeah? It's a sport, man. What do you want? It's always been like that. Have I worked somebody second? No, and I will not try it. It's way too hard. Okay? Emote only chat. Thank you. Okay, great. Great idea. Okay. Somehow you think, but please don't do that a lot, okay? Because today is the special day. We want actually people to talk freely. Just to make sure you don't spam stuff, okay? I know there are some fans who like their candidates a little bit too much, but, you know, behave, okay? Somehow you think Hikaru would care more about his chances than letting Fabi get a chance. I disagree, Mr. Square, because I know both of them. And I know Hikaru a little bit more, better than as a chess player, yeah, than the others who don't know him well. If you know him only from his streams, you're only getting like half a picture, you know. Naka, when he is not streaming, he is completely different person. But when he's streaming, he is working. Yeah, he is doing some streaming guy thing, and when he plays chess, of course, he is very competitive. Very competitive. I mean, that's why he flags people when playing Rook and King versus Rook and King, like he did me. Yeah. We had this rivalry going back for many years before. So he still likes. If he cannot beat me in chess, he can flag me. You know, he still does that from time to time. Yeah. I mean, if you guys saw me beat Magnus Carlsen recently in Title Tuesday, right? That still tells you, yeah, I'm still pretty good at chess. Okay, not always, but on occasion I can rise and produce a nice game. If you think that anybody can beat Magnus Carlsen, if any grandmaster can beat Magnus Carlsen, then okay. I don't think you understand how chess works. I mean, even in his worst form, Magnus is still one of the top players in the world, okay? So, all right. Danny beat him in Title Tuesday recently as well. Yep. Again, it's a nice feeling, and it's only a few select players managed to do so. Yeah. I mean, Magnus has been playing Title Tuesdays for quite a while now. I think ever since his company got bought by chess.com, right? He's been playing, and he's been now asked by Danny, nicely of course, to commentate on this event for today, yeah, and he agreed. Because, you know, he is part of the chess.com now, in some ways. All right, 93 by Hikaru, yeah? Okay, let's see it. And Jan played, oh, he went for this line. So we're gonna see this d5, queen c5 endgame, or we're gonna see this g4, h4, and d5 anyway, yeah? So Fabi has a nice choice. The engine gives you g4, but it's depth 21. We saw that d5 gives white the large advantage, all right? If you take on f4, it's nothing for white, all right? It's no advantage. So only two moves gives white advantage. Rook e1 also does not give you an advantage, okay? because you think you win the pawn, but the spin is a problem. Okay, so g4, h4, and now d5, or d5 immediately. Fabi now has to calculate. Fabi is given a choice. You guys see how hard this job is? You played already 13 games in this tournament. 13 games, 13 hard-fought games, with some heartbreaks, with some good chess. And you're down to your final game. You're given nice choice. You don't want to go wrong. You want to calculate everything, and yet, yeah, I don't think he will play d5 unless he sees that rook d6 endgame trick that we discussed, right? You need to see rook d6. If you don't see rook d6, then black is okay. So I'm thinking he might play g4 here. If you don't see that rook d6, you will play g4, okay? And it's still a pretty big advantage for white. So I think g4 is what's gonna happen. But d5 is very, very strong, yeah. d5 is very strong. Yeah, they missed rook d7 here, yeah? Oh no, it was with the king on b8. King b8, rook d7, remember we looked at it, yeah? It was an amazing move. Rook d7, knight d7, c5 check, yeah? Amazing stuff. Yeah, king b8, rook d7. Crazy. Crazy, crazy things. I'm pretty sure rook d7 even here works. Pretty sure. Oh, that could have been actually... Oh, instead of bishop f5, just take on f4, right? Just take on f4 here. No, d5 castles, dc6, knight c5, take on f4. And then if black plays something, what was he was playing? And then king b8, rook d7. That's how it worked, right? That's what's the line. So d5 or g4, tough choice, nice choice. All right. Oh yeah, I wanted to see Nako's game. Okay, let's go. So knight c3, and you see knight d5 played immediately, yeah? Wait, what? Oh yeah, we looked at this line, right? Bishop d2, now Gukesh takes on c3, plays bishop d5, and guarantees himself... Yeah, I think bishop d5, and white cannot trade this bishop. But if you don't trade after knight c6, bishop f6, black is better. Okay? So Gukesh has to find this line, and he's completely okay. I mean, he can play knight d7 for sure, but I think bishop d5, knight c6 is just the most logical line, which equalizes immediately. The computer says knight d7, black is better. Will Gukesh play for a win here like this? I don't know, man. I really doubt it. I really doubt it. But you never know. Yeah. If he's playing well, so he might be confident in his abilities to go for this line. But I don't know. Yeah, if you don't play rook b1, yeah, I mean, I don't see a single plan for white how to play for a win here. I mean, black can just play knight f6, bishop d5, and then he is better, yeah? Because this bishop on c3 is so bad, man. Terrible bishop. Absolutely terrible. You're not gonna play d5 here because it's just a pawn. You might get it back, but you might not, yeah? It's not easier to attack this pawn, actually. So Naka is actually worse now, yeah. And it's a big question how Gukesh will play now. Bishop d5, knight c6 or knight d7? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. It may be this rook with the idea of bishop b4, okay? But then even if you play like this, black is just a little bit better now because it isolated pawn. So Nako's trying to play for a win, yeah, but he went about it the wrong way. He went the knight e4 instead of taking on b4. Man, that was inaccuracy, yeah. Also nerves. I'm pretty sure it was nerves, yeah. Very impulsive. So it's critically important to stay calm, just like Gukesh, and play, you know, moves that you come to you after your normal thinking, yeah. If you allow your emotions to take over and play impulsive moves, that means you're not playing your best chess. Okay, what is the current state of mind? Yep, told you guys, yeah, g4, d5, endgame, you need to see rook d6. Probably if I didn't want to go into the endgame and risk that the advantage would not be enough to win, so he plays g4. Now black has a choice, yeah, castle or h4. h4, d5, but now things are different. Now queen c5 is playable actually. Yeah, things a little bit different now. If you take on c6, take on c3, take. If you play rook d6 here, it's too late. Black has this move. And if you play rook e1, then black has the h pawn to compensate for this pin. Yeah, so I really think he should have played d5 after h4. We're probably gonna see something like this, yeah, and this. And the big question is it enough? Because actually, you know, it's, and yeah, this is critical position. And king b8 with the idea of rook c8. Because if you take on d7 with the king, this is definitely better for white, yeah? King in the center, lousy pawns, it's advantage white for sure. But king b8, yeah? Very interesting. I also have a question, what's the difference here and king b8? c8. Ah, okay, because the pawn on h4 is not protected. Yeah, but it looks like a draw to me after this, yeah? Yeah, this looks very drawish. Wait, no, it's winning for white. Yeah, queen a3, of course. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah, queen a3, of course. King b1, you cannot take this pawn because check here. But b6, and what is this position? Yeah, this is fascinating stuff. Apparently black is not so bad. So rook e1 is actually not that great, and d5 is also okay, yeah? So g4 is mistake, yeah? Again, d5, queen c5, take. You must take, and take on f4, yeah? So that was the right way to play for Fabi. h4. And a nice waiting move. I don't know, I'm not sold. I think black might be okay here. Yeah, I think black is fine here. Okay, so h4 may be a defense, yeah. So maybe actually black is surviving this for some reason. h4. So king b1 to avoid this queen c5 thing, d5 here. Yeah, but knight e5, yeah. Knight e5 and if rook e1, f6. f6 is wrong. Take. Wait, you give more pawns to get the knight to c5. Wow. take. Critical move f3. And yeah, black managed to trade all these pawns. He is equal, yeah. But yeah, I think rook e8 actually makes more sense. It makes more sense. Rook here, rook here, rook here, f3. Just draw, yeah. Huh. Okay, so maybe white is actually better, but black is alive, yeah? Yeah, that's kind of weird. Okay, so Gukesh plays 97, he plays actually for a win. Wow. What a nerves of steel, yeah? I would just play bishop d5, knight c6 and just accept the draw. Yeah, but 97 playing for a win, man. Wow. Man, I'm very impressed. I am very impressed. Hey, Water Power, thanks for subscribing, man. Unbelievable. He's a young man who hasn't faced the bitter disappointments. I'm sure he faced some minor disappointments, but you know, once he asked me a question when we were playing it together in the billiard tournament. Then he asked me a question about decision-making process, and I told him that it's important to be principled and to make principled decisions. Yeah, so he understands he is better now. He's making a principled decision to play for an advantage. Yeah. You know, when I get older, my principles start to get more adaptive. Yeah. I know. Yeah, it's just, you know, it comes with age. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes, yeah, it depends on what kind of principles too. But yeah, but yeah, okay. But this guy is like, you know, he's just playing. You know, he says, I'm not worse, my bishop is better, your bishop is bad, you have bad pawn chain, I'm gonna put my knight on the 6, bishop on d5, and show me how you equalize, yeah? Not bad. Yeah, it's interesting. Alright, let's look at that poor Abbasov game, yeah, for a change. I mean, the guy is still a candidate. I know that many people don't think he deserved to be in this tournament, but he qualified fair and square, okay? Let's make it clear. The guy qualified for the candidates fair and square. And despite whatever people think about Alireza, he fully deserved to be in this candidates too. He just got lousy. He played really well, but his time troubles means he did something wrong in his prep. Okay, I'm not sure what was that, but he needed to stay off the time troubles. If he stayed out of the time troubles, he would convert a lot of points. He would be at least +1 here with all the missed chances, okay? Anyway, this game, looking at this position, white has this bad bishop. These bishops are going to be traded and looks equal. A little bit better for white probably because knight doesn't have a lot of squares and white stops b5. Black is obviously playing for a win if you go and play moves like a4, which is actually pretty risky because potentially this pawn can be attacked, especially white plays a3. But again, I don't know what Prague wants. He has more time on the clock, so he's probably playing for a win, okay? I don't see a way for him to try to play for a win this position. Is there any endgames that he can win here? I don't think so. Unless his knight gets to d4 magically, and even then, yeah, even then. As soon as you play b5, it's going to be mass trades, rook endgame, draw, yeah. So, I don't know. Alright, but Nepo is down to 59 minutes. Nepo is going to work. See? You guys see it, right? Nepo is actually not so sad anymore. Yeah, he is discovering his chances. He is working. He is fully concentrated. He knows he cannot lose this game. Yeah, you know, one thing about Nepo you still have to admire. Yeah, the guy is incredibly talented. First of all, okay, I've known this guy since he was a kid, pretty much. He works very hard. He is a fellow gamer, for which I also give him a great respect. He managed to get himself out of that hellhole called esport, and he managed to get into chess and focus on chess. He won 2 candidates, which very few people manage to do in their life careers. And he played the World Chess Championship match, the first 5 games versus, I would even say 6 games versus Magnus, as an equal. All right, the guy is hardworking, talented. His only problem is his nerves. You know, he's impulsive, and his nerves are not that great. But as a player, he commands respect, I would say. Okay, the guy certainly deserves all his wins, all his chances. Here he demonstrates, you know, he has got into a bad position. Yes, he made a mistake, but now he is trying to find his way out. And it's gonna be a fight, yeah. So I thought, you know, that he made a mistake, Fabi is gonna punish him easily, but as we can see, even here with some analysis, it's not so clear cut, yeah, not so clear cut. It is Fabi's chance. He will try his best to win, but Nepo is now starting to work, and he is discovering chances, defensive. And as we have seen, he does have some defensive chances. He has to find h4, and then the game starts to be very unclear. It's still 2 results. Nepo cannot win. Nepo cannot win for sure, but he can try to make a draw. All right, and Gukesh versus Naka. We have the move. Naka plays bishop b1. The computer really doesn't like this move, but it's a human move. You want to put the bishop on d3, and you want to attack this bishop, and then you want to trade these pawns, and white is going to make is going to try to want to make a draw. All right, so it is absolutely crystal clear that Naka is not going to win this game unless Gukesh blunders something bad, because strategically black is better. But now Naka is trying to draw this game. Okay, he is trying to find the most safe way to draw this game. So let's see if he succeeds. Yeah. So knight f6, bishop d3, a5 looks very, very human. a5, so you can move your bishop if white attacks the bishop, right? Then you take on a3, so that means white must play knight e5. And then a4, bishop b5, and actually this bishop might be looking at this pawn at some point, and black might get uncomfortable here, though this is very, very strong, yeah? Because bishop must go to b2, you cannot protect this bishop. A lot of checks here, and g6 is very likely to be played. Bishop e4 ideas are present, but this trade is really not that great. Knight f7 runs also into rook c2. If you take with the rook, probably rook c2 anyway, yeah, because take, and if rook f2 is just pair of bishops, you don't want to do that. So bishop e4 is not going to be played, which means probably white is going to start trading the rooks, and black is probably going to try to put this knight on d5 where he belongs. Will a4 be played? Probably. Knight d5, knight to f4. Do you want to play g3? Probably not, because you really don't want to weaken this diagonal. So you want just to allow this knight on f4, but he doesn't do much here all by himself. Black needs the queen here, some bishops, so bishop d6, yep. And now we have actually a very interesting idea to play rook c5 here. Incredible idea. If you take, white is suddenly playing for a win, because not only this pawn is very strong, but also this diagonal is extremely important, and black is actually close to lost. So rook c5 is an incredible positional sacrifice, and it's also geared towards this move. Yeah. Now white has a choice between queen g3, h4, but if you play something like queen e7, is also possible. Yeah, because of rook c1, black can now take with this. And the whole point is, if you take queen e5, there's check and queen g5 tactics. Yeah. So in a position like this, there are bound to be tactics everywhere, and it will be very interesting to see something like this. Actually, very interesting. Which means it's still a fight. Yeah, still a fight. Okay. So rook c8 played immediately before white managed to put the bishop on d3. So white now has to solve this bishop situation. You really don't want to put this bishop on b2. Yeah, we looked at the previous line here, but still very passive bishop. But if you put the bishop on d2, then after knight f6, now this is the threat. Yeah, pawn is hanging, man. It's a problem. So I don't know. I'm starting to like black's position more and more now. I really don't like Naka's position. And I want to see Naka. Oh, there it is. There it is. There we see his face. He is not happy. Naka is not happy at all. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, you can see his face, right? He is not happy. I should look at women's games. Maybe later. Yeah, Naka is not happy. He's trying to find a draw, but he definitely... This is not what he wants to get with white in a must-win situation. But he is a professional. He is a professional. He needs to find... Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. What happens? Wait, black is still thinking here, yeah? Yeah, h4 is no... I mean, the engine says castle, but I don't believe in castle. I mean, how can you give this pawn for free? And yet this pawn cannot be taken because of knight f6. Check. And now black is better, actually. What? Oh, because knight e5, e3 is coming. So if black castles, then white must play d5. That's the only move, yeah? And now... Yeah, but if you play queen c5 here, then obviously white is better, yeah? Obviously white is better, so no queen c5. So probably it's gonna be queen b8, king b8, I mean. Take here and knight c5. So the commentators were correct. This is, and now we see this famous rook d7 idea, yeah? This is gonna be this famous rook d7 idea. Take rook d8, and take on h5, and rook d7 is not good. Knight e4. And this is very complicated. Queen e4 is not good, apparently, because of rook e1, rook e8. The queen endgame is better for white. But queen d7, here, you don't win the queen because this queen is here already. So, queen c7, h7, take, rook h8. Well, this looks winning for white. Yeah, this is definitely winning. Yeah, this looks winning for white. So this whole line looks winning for white, yeah? And you cannot take on c6. The question is, why can't you do the same thing here? Oh, because there is no rook d7, yeah? There is no rook d7. There is rook d7. There is rook d7, always, yeah? Rook d8, and it's the same thing, take on h5. Alright, so that's this line, yeah? Castles d5, and we're looking at this line, which seems to be arriving by force after rook d7, white wins, pretty much. Arriving at the endgame, which is almost winning. Alright, yep. Now Fabi has to find this line with rook d7, yeah? Alright, Naka played bishop d2. Logical. Okay, and now we're gonna see this trades and probably rook fd1, yeah. Queen a4, and then we're gonna see more trades. And it's very likely that but this is, white has pair of bishops. Normally I would say that's easy draw. But in this case, it's still not so clear. Because, white has this pawn. If we didn't have these pawns, then it would be easy draw. But because these pawns are present, that means black has some tricks up his sleeve. So it's not the easiest draw in the world. Black will try to combine attacking this guy with putting the bishop here and hitting everything on the king side. So I really don't... Yeah, bishop f3 you must play, yeah? You must play bishop f3 or play a5 first. But it looks like bishop f3 is a must. Yeah, it's also very safe, yeah? You take on f3, take this pawn. And white cannot recapture this. It's very, very safe. Rook a2 is probably the planned move. Rook fd8. Bishop a6. Oh, that's how Naka wants to get out of the situation. He wants to play something like this. Take on a3, take on a3, bishop a3, and bishop e3. Yeah? And just make a draw here or something. Okay, that's actually pretty playable, yeah? Okay. But after queen a4, you must play... What are you gonna play after queen a4? Yeah, trade the queens, why not? Yeah. And again, then we get to the situation, yeah, rook c6. And white still has to fight for a draw here, because again, pawns are present. Maybe, yeah, bishop e4 is not a good move, I think. So, okay, definitely. Oh, it's played, okay. So, Naka is worse, but he is trying to survive. They show Gukesh. They show Nakamura. Yeah, Nakamura is very practical. Oh, Gukesh found queen a4. Gukesh found queen a4. Yep. It is not going to make it easy for Nakamura. Naka has to... Yeah, wait, what is queen b7? And... Oh, g3. And suddenly knight g4 and bishop f2 is coming. Aha. Did he really calculate all that? Did Guki really calculate all that? That would be amazing. Oh yeah, we looked at queen f4 here, yeah? Queen trades and a5, yeah? Small advantage black. Okay, not small, it's actually sizable. Sizable advantage. But black... Yeah, white needs to play accurately, but I'm sure Naka can make a draw here. I'm pretty sure. Pair of bishops, you know, just trade all the rooks and draw. Pretty much. The important game is this one. This is the key game. Because the other game is like Gukesh guarantees himself a draw. He is playing for a win now. Naka cannot possibly win that game. Which means that Naka cannot stop Gukesh anymore, yeah? So Fabi is the only one who can stop him, but he needs to win this game. And this is critical position. So let's go back to the commentators. Wait, okay. Yeah, Naka is not happy. And we're all looking at this position, yeah? We're all looking at Naka. He's suffering. Yeah, he's not happy. I understand, man. Yeah, but you missed your chance. Yeah, you should not have played 94. Oh, he still plays Queen B7. Oh, so wait. If he plays like this, he actually takes a huge risk. No. That's not good. After bishop c5, he probably must play bishop e1 now, yeah? And then even rook c6 here is... this is actually dangerous for white. a5, okay, a5, queen b5, yeah. Queen f4 though, starting to get unpleasant for white, yeah. I'm pretty sure he's gonna play bishop c5, yeah. Pretty sure. Let's see. I mean, the other way to play is to play rook e8 and just take on a6 and take on a3, which is a draw. So he's calculating bishop c5. That's the only thing I can think of. Of course, Nepo missed rook d7 with 3 sacks, for sure. Queen b7 is best according to the engine. Oh, bishop b4 maybe. Yeah, you're right. Maybe there is this bishop b4 thing. Let's see. Let us see this. Bishop c5, bishop b4. Yeah, but then a5, yeah. a5. And the black managed to trade one pair of bishops and he is a pawn up. This is not good for white. So I don't like bishop b4. I like bishop e1 here. I think it's the safest move under circumstances. You protect the bishop. And now black play either a5 immediately or try to go for the mate here. And that's the question. Because I think queen h4 is actually playable. And the question is h3 playable or not. Then queen f4, if I take. And then e5 and e4, e3. Yeah, this is pretty dangerous for white, yeah. But at least white got his pawn back, so who knows. Yeah. I mean, if you don't play bishop c5, what are you gonna do? There is no other moves. You must play knight d5 and then it's massive trades. And just draw. Yeah, and basically you just put the king on d3 and rook goes to b5 and black cannot make progress ever. Yeah. So, yeah, d5 is played and now Nepo is facing a huge choice. Nepo is facing a huge choice. Let's see this. They're still on the Naka's game, yeah? Both of them? Alright, Danny is doing a good job commentating this event, but he's been chief commentator on chess.com's team, yeah? He's been announced as the official chess.com leading commentator. So, he's earning his his pay. Doing a good job. Yeah, Eric seems a little bit spaced out. Yeah, but maybe it's just his Columbo way of doing things. Yeah, just he's watching it, then making comments at the right moment. Yeah, no, possible. Yeah, Nepo is not happy, but he's not happy. I'm pretty sure Nepo sees Rook D7 idea at the end. Yeah. Pretty sure. That's why he needed to play H4 first before this. Yeah. Yeah. Queen C5, Knight F6. Nepo's domination of candidates comes to an end. Yeah. End of the chapter, gentlemen. And I don't think Nepo is gonna get another chance. So we're witnessing possibly the end of the era. He will be obviously a strong top player in the world for another, I don't know, decade maybe. But his domination era is done. Okay. Fabi's queen on the same file. Why did Nepo play long castle? He needs to get his king somewhere. Long castle is better than king on f8 or anywhere in the center. Because of this bishop c6, rook a8, d1, extra in the king and queen. Yeah. Besides, this d5 is coming anyway. I agree, Mr. Cyan. I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. He's also the reason why Magnus didn't want to play the World Chess Championship match. He already played Nepo. He knows his weakness. He probably knows he's gonna win the match again anyway. So rather than playing Nepo, he just, refused. Even though, it was almost guaranteed that he would earn like at least $1 million from that match, yeah. But I'm pretty sure Magnus is quite comfortable in the finance department, so he can allow such decisions to happen. Others will be just, pretty greedy about it and grab that $1 million, yeah. But Magnus, he actually did what he says, yeah. There's huge respect to him for that. But, he's now playing Fischer chess and rapid events and blitz events. He's having fun, and I think it's very important to keep having fun in your life. If you stop having fun in your life and it becomes something of a chore, then maybe it's time to rethink on some decisions, yeah, and find that element of why we actually live in life and not just go after the money or, go after our biological recreational desires, yeah. I mean, those are powerful incentives, but at the end, there's fulfillment. Yeah, bishop c5 must be played. It's the only move, yeah. So the question is how Naka reacts to bishop c5. Right, so this bishop d5, I disagree with this bishop d5 thing. Yes, I don't understand how the commentators, they don't see rook d7. Guys, you see? The commentators, they consistently don't see rook d7. They take on b7 automatically. My god, rook d7. Why is nobody looking at rook d7? Is Dania seeing this? Well, okay, I know Robert, he works with engines, he sees this stuff. Yeah, he will notice rook d7. Rook d7 is like amazing winning move for white. If you don't play rook d7, black is okay. All right, let's see, Robert. Let's do it.
To avoid, but this type of position, is there anything here where I can't imagine taking on c6 is good, but is there anything else here that allows black to at least force Fabi to find some moves?
By the way, Gukesh finding bishop c5, just pointing that out. Danny, you have an idea.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like even just listening to you guys just explains the tension so well, because you guys are, without directly debating each other, you're kind of debating how you would handle this position. Because if you're Jan, as you're saying, Danya, Queen c5 is probably the best thing to do, but it's a borderline non-starter.
I did have an idea just now. King b8, dc.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh god, here I go again with my DCs and ACs, AC, DC, BC. 95.
95?
Maybe e5. Never mind.
Rook d7.
I just wanted to point out before people, what is my idea? 95 CB, I had this crazy thought to go rook c8, which I think is a really cool idea, even if it doesn't work. It's not all about giving the best move. I understand it's dead lost.
I'm gonna show you the line. Go ahead.
Yeah, but just cool that rook c8 actually picks up.
All right. I don't understand how they don't see rook d7, but okay. I mean, Jan and Fabi, they will find rook d7 in a matter of seconds. Okay. I'm pretty sure they already see this line. That's why Fabi stands up and he walks confidently. He already found rook d7. I'm pretty sure he did. All right, bishop b7. We have 95% accuracy from Nakamura, 97% accuracy from Gukesh so far. Wow. But quite expected, yeah? Quite expected. Quite expected percentages. So nothing unreasonable from the top players in the world. Vishy would have found rook d7. Yeah, I agree. I agree, because rook d7 is pretty geometric motive idea, yeah. And older players are all about that pattern stuff. Pretty sure. And also there have been some old games where rook d7 have been played in similar positions. I have seen something like this before. All right, that's why for me rook d7 is like natural, because I already seen something like this. But I'm sure Fabi and Nep also seen something like this. Okay. What is the time for Naka? Is down to 33 minutes. Usually I think Naka has more time than his opponent. This is the only time where I see Naka is actually having less time on the clock. And he is worse with white out of the opening. Very unusual situation. Not the one that you want to be in the last round when you need to win, yeah. This is extremely unpleasant situation. And now you have to, Naka won 3 games in a row. He was on a roll. He made a comfortable draw yesterday, right? And now you're discovering that, you're facing another tough case, yeah? You're facing a guy who is just as good in the opening prep as you, and who is playing accurate chess, and now he's putting pressure on you, yeah? You guys know what that feels like when you discover there's somebody better than you. It's pretty awful, I can tell you. That's pretty awful, man. But that's life, yeah? That's life. Yeah, because Naka is trying to find some fighting move which gives him a hope of fighting for an advantage. Okay, I'm glad Naka found bishop e1. Remember, I looked at bishop e1 before, because now Gukesh has a choice. Yeah, queen h4, queen f4, go for an attack, or just play a5 and accept the equality and make a draw. Okay. So that the next couple of moves will be absolutely important. All right, Naka is still like rolling his chair like he found a way to equality. All right, he's pretty happy, yeah. Yeah. You know, I actually agree. I think after bishop e1, white's position is very, very solid. Very solid, and yeah, probably Naka will make this draw. Probably. But Nepo is under huge pressure. So let's go to this position. Yes, we've seen this endgame. This endgame was obviously better for white. Wait, why king c7? Why not h4? h4, rook d4. It's just draw, yeah? Yeah, I remember we looked at this. Yeah, after h4, black is okay. Yeah, black is fine here. So, and what these guys looking at, these guys looking at that. All right, let's go back to Nepo's position. So queen c5. Wait, a move has been made somewhere. No. Okay, it's just my imagination. All right, so queen c5. Yeah, I think queen c5 is most logical. Most logical move. Taking on c6 also very logical. All right, let's check bc6. White has now a very pleasant choice. Take, 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 and take on h5 with the rook. This endgame is lost for black. But if you keep the rooks on boards with the idea of rook e3, it's a fighting chance, yeah. Then we have rook here. You cannot give up the pawn. The computer actually gives up the pawn to play 96, but I am not buying it. I think this position is rook e2. Oh my god, the rook endgames. Yeah, the rook endgames with the king on c1. This is actually not clear. Because black has this pawn break, and with the white king being cut off, this is not clear, yeah? But if you don't take it, then black can put the knight on g5 and put pressure on this guy. Alright, so again, I still think it's advantage white, but yeah, bishop c2. Yeah, bishop c2, not allowing the rook activation, and then rook f5. Rook h8, then take, and bishop to d1. Wow. But bishop here stands perfectly. Protects the king from checks, protects the pawns, and white will slowly improve his position. He needs to get his king out, active, and then redeploy the bishop to e4, and then white wins, yeah? So this should be winning. So that's why black needs to take on c3 and take here. And I think after the rook h5, again, we reach almost the same position. You cannot take on h5, this pawn becomes too strong. King c7 and rook f5 looks pretty solid. Some activity for black. But, okay, extra pawn for white, yeah? Good chances for white to win this. I don't know if it is objectively winning, but it's very good chance for white to win this. And if you know Fabi, you know he's gonna grind this until every little chance is used. So, but this is probably black's best chance, yeah, to play queen c5, because we saw that knight c5 is not good enough, or king b8. Actually, knight c5 loses to d6, maybe even. Wait, check and rook e1, yeah, it's even better. So queen c5 does look like a best chance for black. All right, Nepo's down to half an hour. Gukesh played a5 and of course queen b5, yeah. And now Gukesh has to decide to go for an attack again or just to trade the queens and sort of agree to a draw. So what will this be? This is important moment. This is an important moment in this game. Queen f4 or queen b5, yeah. Yeah, queen b5 is just a draw, I think. Why not a4? Because this trade, but this trade is still a draw now. This looks like a draw, so the pawn gets to a6. So I don't see how black is better, but maybe it's possible. Gotta stop this pawn. Rook f8, a5. Okay, you have time for rook d2 actually, but rook here, grab. Knight c5, a6. You cannot touch the knight, but white can touch this guy, g5. g3 looks reasonable. Rook here goes to a4 behind. You still cannot take this pawn, and white needs to attack this pawn also, yeah. And in the end, we get this endgame, and actually, you know, because we have knights on the boards, if this was rook endgame, it's just draw. But we have the knight on board. That means black is gonna pressure white, yeah, for a long time. So that's why in this position, a4 is not so great, and that's why you want to play this, and you just want to trade and play this position for whites. Now 3 versus 4. You start trading all the rooks, and you have 2 bishops versus bishop, knight, and the pawn, and it's just draw, okay? It's just dead draw, pretty much. So Naka escapes with the draw, and the question becomes, will Fabi... Oh, Nepo plays knight c5, and now Fabi is winning. Fabiano is winning. Knight c5 is incorrect. All right. Yeah, I'm very curious about this. Okay, wait, he plays h4, right? He plays h4, dc6, knight c5, yeah, okay. So I'm very curious. Okay, so king b1 to stop queen e3 check. And what is this position? Take. Rook is hanging. Rook e1 is a threat, so rook e8. Unfortunately, rook d7 doesn't work. But you just grab the pawn, and black probably plays h3. So what is this? Yeah. I'm also not sold on bishop f5, by the way. I am not sure that bishop f5 is mandatory. This is advantage, but the pawn on h2, queen on e3, that pawn is annoying, man. Yeah. So this is critical position. Critical position, yeah. Yeah, we don't have rook d7 here. We don't have rook d7 here, but... Okay, so Nepo saw rook d7, so he went this move order. Okay, I understand. Now that makes more sense. Now that makes more sense. What happens if you play something simple? Like this. And... take. Then we have this check, yeah? Check. King b1. Oh, king b1 is not good. Okay. Alright. Take. e2 must be played, and knight d3 must be played, but then it's a draw. So you cannot allow this queen e3 actually, yeah? So the engine line is the best then, yeah? Take. I think black must take, yeah, because you take on c6, check queen f4, but also check rook c1. Okay, so but h3 is also possible, yeah. And then rook c1 and you want c7. So that's why take and rook e8. Alright, and if rook c1 here. You cannot take the knight. Ooh. Because check and h3. Wow, what a trap by Nepo. What a trap by Nepo. You cannot capture the knight actually. Yeah, okay, queen c4 looks good, yeah. Just grab this guy. Yeah, just play safe, yeah, why not? King b7. And but this is only 0.99. This is not a clear cut to victory. And if g5, then queen e5. Yeah, this pawn on h4 is actually you cannot win it. Black keeps it under protection. Damn. This Nepo guy is very strong. So knight c5. Very well played by Nepo, yeah? Good defense. Yeah, 5 is thinking. Yeah, there is something to think about here. Alright. Alright. Hello, yes, hello. Very interesting games. Yeah, you know what I think? I think Guki will not play queen f4. It's engine first line, but I don't think he's gonna play that. Yeah, I'm thinking he's gonna just take and rook b8 and play this game, yeah? Seems very reasonable. Because besides, after bishop d3, if you have to put your rook on a8, that's definitely okay for white, yeah? And probably gonna see this 4 versus 3 endgame at some point. And it's gonna be a long draw, but it's a draw. Yeah. But this is critical position, yeah. Yeah, the ancient gives bishop f5, king b1 like a big plus for white, but I still don't get it. King b1 stops queen e3, black takes. e8 take on b7, temporarily 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Temporarily extra pawn for white, but after h3, how do you win this? How do you win this position? Because rook c1 with the idea of knight b7, queen c8 runs into a problem called queen e3. And you can't take it because there is a check and h2 and there is no mate. So after queen e3 you have to play maybe queen f6 with the hope of queen d6 mates. And black can just play h2 here, threat queen c1, check, and this pawn is too dangerous. Just a draw. So this is critical position, yeah? Critical position. Queen d4 centralization, very logical, but this and queen e5. And suddenly this pawn is very close to promotion, and this bishop is not controlling the square, yeah? This is very unclear. Yeah, which is why I don't really like this king's b1 anymore. I think b4 is probably, you need to get rid of this guy, yeah? Knight a4. Oh yeah, we can always do this. And just go into this endgame, but the material is temporarily equal. And black can play this move to protect this pawn. It's probably better for white, but black has solid defensive chances. Yeah. All right, very tough game. I don't know, man. A lot of, yeah, the end game here. Yeah. Oh, it's actually just completely equal now. Bishop b6 was wrong. Rook b8, you need to be more aggressive here. Yeah, black just wants to trade, I guess, everything and just make a draw. But if you trade the rooks and allow white king to get to c4, this pawn may be in danger. So black has to actually, yeah, actually, white is getting some chances now, yeah, in the endgame. And Gukesh endgame is not that great. Huh. Okay, things are heating up, actually, in Nakamura's game. Despite they go actually trading down pieces, but the game itself is heating up. Yeah, it's kind of paradox, but it's true. So, critical position here. Critical. The computer line, because of its depth, it doesn't give you an advantage. Yeah. Alright guys, I need to get a break, okay? I've been commentating for the 3 hours, I need to get a break. So let me get some food, drink, and I'll be back, okay? So, I'll be back.
And both players now approaching half an hour on both boards, I should say, as Hikaru brings his rook to c1, and we can check into those developments as well.
Yep. Okay, Fabi on the clock. Now let's do that thing, as you said, head back to the Nakamura versus Gukesh game. It's now an end game where, at least if you're Hikaru, you've kept the bishop pair. Maybe some outside chances that Gukesh blunders that a pawn, so you can corral yourself an outside passer. But it's also, as I bring up the board here, also getting more likely to a position that it is 2 results for the guy who actually would benefit from 2 results. Nobody else going into the last round benefits from 2 results besides Gukesh Damaraju. Yanda Pomnishi, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura all have to win, in case you didn't get the memo. And it's getting closer to a position where all Gukesh needs is a draw. How are you keeping winning chances going here if you're Hikaru? Let's go to the board. He just played King F1.
How are you keeping winning chances? That is a really difficult question. Because
I mean, you have to ask. He has to win, right?
Yeah, I know. And it's true, because Hikaru, if he's honest with himself, and if we're honest with everybody, there's no way that white is better here and playing for a win in an objective sense. But you have to try something. And I actually am trying to do just that, and I'm failing. At some point, maybe white will try to take over the c file with a move like bishop to a6. But even in these scenarios where the rooks come off the board, the knight on d5 protecting the bishop on b6 is super useful, because it will take white a lot of time to try to chase the defender of the a5 pawn. That's the key to white's winning chances, is somehow winning the a5 pawn and keeping your own a pawn. But I just don't see how it happens. And for Hikaru now, it's like, do I really throw a half point away trying to win? Because the only way to play for a win must be some kind of odd sacrifice or something that I just don't possibly see done yet.
But let me take the devil's advocate side. How could I see this going south for Gukesh? I really can. And to be completely clear, just seeing the speed that he's making his moves in, he's got everything under control. But what could Hikaru be thinking here? He's like a pilot who's lost, control of all the hydraulics. It's like those shows where somehow the plane is landed with just controlling the rudder. What he has to do is keep forcing Gukesh into making some sort of a decision. And that means keeping maximum tension, which is exactly what he's doing. Non-forcing moves. Try to force Gukesh into a single impulsive decision of some sort, such as giving him the c file. Hikaru plays a4. You can kind of see, I think, that he's playing in line with that idea. But what if knight b4? What if Gukesh just sticks a knight or plays king f8, which he just did? Bishop b5 back to e2 came to my mind, trying to get the rook to the b file. But let me be honest, all of this is completely unrealistic to expect Gukesh to make a mistake. I don't even see a mistake here that Black could make. Danny, do you? How does he
I'm
make
pretty
a mistake?
good at finding mistakes, in case you didn't know. Thank you for that cue. I appreciate the pass. I will try to find a blunder for Black, since I'm an expert at it. No, I mean, jokes aside, I think the biggest key is you have the pawn on e6 guarding the knight. I mean, like, it's funny. If you take that pawn off the board, the bishop pair, the vulnerability of the knight in the center, the fact that it can't just hold on to the fence. White could poke at the defense of the knight. And if the bishop becomes loose, you start to imagine ideas where the rook can come in and there's a gang up happening. But any sort of exchange on d5 just makes Gukesh's job easier. Of course, g3 is a good move. It guards f4 so that you can play king e2 without there being a check and a massive trade of rooks. But as good as I am at finding blunders in chess, Danya, I can't see a clear one right now for Black. I actually don't know. Because jokes aside, like, usually what you have to envision is, like, what is a natural plan that could go wrong? Black can just sit tight here.
Yeah. King e7, g5, h6. I mean, you make waiting moves, I make waiting moves. Let's dance together.
Yeah, I agree. And Black gets to play waiting moves in the vein of, moves that are kind of easy to play because you're up a pawn. As you said, king e7, maybe g5, maybe f6. Maybe you just sort of sit there and wait to see whether Caruana is actually going to beat Nepomniachtchi or not. Again, not going to take anything away from Hikaru and the fact that he has created something from nothing in the past. But as we joke, this is not a Title Tuesday or Blitz. In fact, if anything, Gukesh Damaraju has more time on the clock than Nakamura. So I don't envision a time pressure problem leading to a blunder either. Robert, you look good, by the way. You look the gray black. It's working for you. Go for it.
I appreciate that, and you're forcing me to come up with some entertaining variation that somehow gets Black in trouble. But this is actually what Gukesh has done. This was intentional on his part. He wanted a position, and he's been able to obtain it, where he has zero risk of losing this game. And sometimes we say, oh, it's completely this or it's completely that. In all honesty, I'm looking at this. I'm really trying to come up with some error from the Black side. And, you can make simple moves. As we say, king to e7, knight b4 is always going to be available now that White pushed the pawn, because White doesn't want to take on b4 and give opposite colored bishops. So I just don't see an avenue, a path forward for Hikaru. And if that's the case, he just has zero winning chances. Absolutely no winning chances here, because Gukesh, he's not somebody who's been blundering all event. His mistakes, they came when he had a few seconds on his clock and he got checkmated against Alireza Firouzja. There were other tough situations for him, but by and large, he has shown tremendous skill to be patient, to come up with concrete plans that work in his favor. And here, there's just nothing that Hikaru can drum up here. It's just completely even. If anything, Black is slightly better. So as we look on the right-hand side, wow, Fabi just played bishop f5 check, the best move.
He found it. He found the best move, bishop f5 check. As difficult as it was, we had the luxury of the computer yelling that bishop f5 was the best. Fabiano does not have that luxury. Jan has immediately responded. We got to dive there. Let's do it. Bishop f5 check and king to b8. Does Fabi already have his next response in store?
Yes, but it doesn't mean he'll play it instantly. But this is huge because bishop d7 and rook d7 are both mistakes. King b1 is the best move, and he has found it.
He loves Robert Hess. Fabiano loves Robert Hess, and he loves Robert's suggestion. If you're just tuning in, no, but seriously, Robert came up with this key point right after he rejoined us. If you missed Magnus Carlsen, shame on you. He was here, but Robert pointed out that king b1 in some critical moment is going to eliminate all of Black's chances. The queen e3 check is gone. The fact that the king is on a c file, gone. Black is actually unable to do anything on a diagonal as long as this bishop is here. So king b1 is just such a great move, very precise, and kind of puts the emphasis back on Jan to maybe make a mistake here. What do you do now?
I don't know, because also rook c1 is in the air, trying to move that knight out of the way. And then you have a pawn on c6. Maybe you get to push that up the board one more square and get a little baby fork. So you look at this position, Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't know what to do because he's trying to survive, but he also needs to win. And this has been a conundrum since the start. And I love moves like king to b1. I suggested in a completely different position. The whole point was that when you have a safer king, you typically want to keep the queens on the board unless there's a concrete reason to trade, like winning some material or gaining an upper hand. So keeping the queens on means that the black king is exposed. Already, the c6 pawn is dangerous to the black king. And you might want to trade pieces if you're black, but not only does that hurt your winning chances, that rook on h8 is loose. So if you try to trade off rooks on d1, afterwards you have to take care of your rook first.
Wow. BC, queen
Tanya,
b4 walks into a pin.
I was going to say, point out the line you were looking at. The point is, I think basic tactics we should show them for everyone watching. If b takes c6, the idea is queen to b4 check, king moves, and now rook to c1 is a serious problem.
Wow.
The knight is pinned to the queen. There is no check. As pointed out, that if the king was on c1, there would be a renegade discovered check, and black would be winning. So shout out to Robert's safety move yet again. So,
and in that position, rook d5, bishop e4, just pointing it out, sorry, Danny, is actually important because you also deal with the problem with the c6 pawn. So bishop e4, here Jan would walk into a pin. He would commit a sin because he wouldn't be able to win. So you'd have to call his next of kin. And this would be bad news for Gukesh. Wow. He's not going to do that, but I don't see a move for him. And he's on the ropes right now. That is how it is. He's got to find some way to keep the fire burning. And it will take every fiber of his being to survive this game, much less win it.
I don't know how I get any flack anymore for making awkward jokes, Robert. I don't even know how I get any flack anymore with Tanya. By the way, I respect that. That was freestyle, and I loved it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Danny. My heart can't take it.
All right. Well, I also respect that we have to take one more break before the real drama and maybe final moments are going to be happening on the board in this game. And as we do so, remind everybody that the Chess Up 2 team has returned for round 2. I used the board myself here in the office, recorded a fun video, hate it or love it. It was a blast, and I actually do really love this board, have one at home with my daughter.
There's a queen trade, right? Isn't that what we don't like? Knight takes d7?
Yeah. I was a little bit enthused by this, but yeah, we're not really making much progress, are we? Mostly just trading off our great pieces. Okay. It was a fun move. It doesn't lead anywhere. So king b1, much more sound.
Yeah, because we were taking b7 earlier, but is Nepo really going to take on c6? Like, otherwise, this move order is pretty clever by Fabiano.
Yeah.
I think there's two moves to consider for the most part. It's bc6 and I don't know, like h3 or something.
Well, it looks like b6 is on the board by Nepo, giving Fabi a very
didn't consider that
sizable advantage of almost 3 points.
All right, and we're back to this position. I have noticed that Naka improved his position even further. So after the queen trades, bishop e6, rook c1 immediately, of course. Challenges for the file. King moves closer to the center. Black 2, but white takes away all the squares from the black knights. Bishop on e1, doing an excellent job of hitting the pawn on a5 and taking away the c3 square. And black plays f5, which I think is not very accurate. You really need to play moves like g5, I think. But okay, 5 and rook c4, very reasonable. And now black is forced to make some choices, yeah? If you allow white to play rook c1, take over the c file, I can actually foresee a situation where white can potentially play for a win here. I mean, it's not very realistic, but admittedly. So I think Gukesh just needs to realize he's not going to win this game. So probably the best thing to do would be just to make sure it's a draw. Okay, because rook c1 runs into rook c8. So you force the rook trade, otherwise your bishop protects the knight. And after the trades, it's just going to be a dead draw, okay? So expecting a draw in the next, I don't know, 5-10 moves. Because black has absolutely zero plan how to win this game. He has no plan at all. Pawns are not going too far. They will be stopped. Because you need the knight protected. And you need targets for black, but white pair of bishops covers absolutely everything, the whole board. And rooks are being traded off. So Naka very, very professionally went for this position. He managed to defend that inferior game. And I think it's the draw is like really close. And I think Gukesh needs to accept this fact and just make the draw, because he has no chance at all here to win. All right, so that leaves us to this position, and Nepo blundered, yeah? Nepo blundered. We looked at the engine line. The line was rook d1, rook e8, and h3. And the whole point is if white plays rook h1, there is queen e3. If you take, black actually is better. You cannot take this pawn because of the check. And if you don't do anything, then what are you gonna do, yeah? Then white has to move his queen somewhere. And not here, but I don't know, queen c4. And still, how to make progress? Because you must play a3. And then there is always queen f3, hitting this rook. So it's complicated. So black had the defense, but Nepo again. Let's see how much time he used to play b6. Yeah, that's the thing, right? He just blitzed out this move, pretty much. Impulsive. And it costs Nepo points, yeah? And rook d7, brilliant, but simple at the same time. Black takes, because if you take with the knights, it's just pretty much a mate. You don't even need a mate here. It's rook takes, check, king b8, queen c6, yeah, king a6, queen c4, and this very nice move, and just total domination. All right, so Nepo plays rook d7, take, and now b4 is coming. This pawn is untouchable. Rook d8, rook d1. White pawn is alive compared to the position where white pawn is also on b7, yeah? It's a huge difference. Pawn on d7 is excellent pawn. Black probably must play something like this. And the question is, can you play queen e3? And the answer is probably not. Because compared to the previous line, black rook is very passive. It's not supporting this pawn. You're not getting support. And that is pretty critical. Knight here, check, queen c8 is coming, yeah. So, black takes on d7. it's a pin, h3, grab the pawn, 95, loses the knight with a check. King c8 is definitely not an option. King b7, check. King c8 runs into check and probably b4 wins immediately. But if you play king a6, it's queen c7 most likely, and immediate win. Yeah? So Nepo just blundered and ends up in a completely lost position now. Nepo is completely lost, and 5B just needs to secure the most sure way to win this. Rook d1, maybe queen e3, that's maybe what he wanted to do, but queen f6 and b4 guarantees that white has this mating attack going, and there is not much that black can do here. So yeah, I thought that Nepo would put up the more resistance, but he blitzed out b6, just like he blitzed out in the opening. Yeah, he blitzes out b6 without thinking. 5B compared to him, he is thinking every move. And Nepo is like, b6, man. Alright. Yeah. Good job by Fabiano, using all the chances that Nepo gave him to the max, pretty much. Let's see. Okay, I haven't looked at this line yet. 97 here, here, and 95. Okay, but I don't have, I think like white should be winning here also, but for some reason computer disagrees. Let's see, rook e1, rook d5, and queen a4, because a queen a4, queen d6 with the threat of rook d1, yeah? So black has defense, but queen a4 is threatening to take, and if you protect, then just f4, yeah? And that's it, game over. So this double attack, f4 and queen a7, wins white another pawn. There is rook d1 check threats. Check. King must go here, bishop c2, I like. f4 is the threat. Queen b4, a rook here. And just a3. Yeah, make a luft, make sure there is, if there is a check, you don't take it. You can take it, but you don't have to. King a2 also wins. And if h3, f4, h2, you can take on e5 and queen protects the square, but just rook e1, take the knight, and the attack continues. So Nepo is completely lost. Queen d4 is played. Let's see the face. Naka is Mr. Dillman, I absolutely agree with you. I just told my wife that 5B is gonna win the tiebreaks tomorrow and he is gonna beat Dink in the match. Naka, as you see, he is happy that he survived. He is not happy that he has no winning chances, but he is happy that he survived. And, you know, what can you do, right? Like he says, it is what it is. It's a draw, yeah. I like how Gukesh, see guys, I told you, right? There was no way for him to win, and he finds the most precise way to make a draw. Just trade the rooks, play knight b4, and force the draw, all right? That's precisely what he did. Very mature young man, very, very mature young man. 17, I'm amazed. Yeah, this guy has, if he doesn't qualify for the World Chess Championship match this time, it's still an amazing result for him, and it's a huge success. And it's a matter of time before he plays for the title. Yeah, he has a really bright future ahead of him. Yeah, I really do think it's actually 5B's time. It was either 5B's or Naka's time, but Naka lost 2 games to Vidit, and to me that tells me that, you know, Naka does not really deserve to play the match, because, you know, you don't lose 2 games and you qualify. Yeah, it just doesn't seem right. If we look at the tournament standings, Yeah, let's look at the results. Let's look at the match results, right? We can see Gukesh didn't lose a single match. He won 2 matches with a score of 1.5, drew 1 match, and won 1 match with a score of 2-0. Jan, he played very solidly the whole tournament, and obviously he was leading the whole tournament, but now he's gonna lose this match, and critically important. Fabi lost 1 match to Naka, but he won 4 matches, okay? He won 4 matches, and he's gonna win another match now in this game. So he wins 5 matches. Very solid performance. 5 matches winning is out of 7 opponents. He shows why he deserves it. If you beat 5 opponents out of 7, you draw another guy. He drews Gukesh, and he only loses 1 match to Naka. Yeah, that actually shows you why he deserves to qualify for the World Chess Championship match. Okay, let's look at Naka. He won. He drew 2 matches. He wins 1 match against Fabi. He wins. He wins 1, 2, 3 matches with the score of 1/2. Wins 1 match with a score of 2-0, which means he beats 1, 2, 3, 4 opponents out of 7, but he loses to a guy 2-0. Okay, that is just realistic. Yeah, it's like you shouldn't win this. You shouldn't be scoring higher than the guy who scores 5 match wins. Yeah, it's just like illogical. I mean, sometimes chess can be illogical, but in this case, but okay, guys, if we look simply at the scores, we look like this guy didn't lose a single game. Everybody else in the tournament until this round lost at least 1 game. Yeah, Fabi lost 1 game, Naka lost 2 games, even Gukesh lost 1 game. Jan didn't lose a single game. You can theoretically speaking say that, Jan didn't lose a single game. How does he not deserve this chance to play the match? But he loses today. So he will lose today, and then, then it's a difference between exactly people who lost 1 game. All right. So that being said, let's go back to the games. This is dead draw. White cannot play this for a win. If you move the rook, bishop c5, rook c8, so Naka has to accept the draw. Did I just lose internet? Oh my god. I think I lost the internet, yeah? Oh my god, Naka is playing for a win, rook b1 is played. No, Naka is playing for a win, pawn down. Wow. Okay. Alright. Very interesting. Bishop c5 played immediately. Okay, the translation is back. Okay, so he won a tempo to play rook c1, so black doesn't have rook c8. Okay, smart. But black can now play knight c6, knight d4, and bishop b4. And still a draw, yeah? Or play rook c8, rook c7, and challenge white for the c file later anyway. So knight c6 is a computer move, which is very, very strong. Because the threat is not only bishop b4 to trade the bishops, but also to play knight d4 and get this king out of this great square. Yeah. So where's the translation, by the way? Twitch is down, yeah? Yeah, Twitch is down. Нету моего translation, да? Интернет есть, но моего нету. Да, это на всех каналах. Да, perfect time. Ну окей. Ладно, придется остановить трансляцию. Окей, я могу так вести. Окей, я же не обязательно на Twitch должен быть сам. Alright, guys, can you still see me? Can you still hear me? You guys still got me. Okay, good. Alright, so let's look at the games, okay? So after queen d4, Nepo plays 97, rook d1. He did not find king c7, 95. He plays queen c5. Pipe takes the pawn. And now white has to play queen d4. And after h3, it's probably gonna be f4. And bishop e4 with the idea of queen d5, yeah? Alright, I can't say like black is losing immediately, but it's actually material equality here, yeah? Well, and rook e8. Rook e8, but queen d5 forces the exchange. Can you play a5 here? Queen d5, king a7, but now you play this. And this is a cross pin, after which white goes with the pawn all the way. So this is a win for sure. Is there another way to win this? You can play bishop e4 immediately with the idea of queen d5, queen c5, and just queen d2, yeah? Yeah, I mean, you don't win immediately, but it's like getting there. Although it's getting tricky. Queen e5. Black still has this pawn. Can you take this pawn? Yeah, you can take this pawn. Check. Prevents knight c5 with the tempo. b4. Now just grab this pawn. But it's only a pawn, yeah? It's only one pawn. Man, for some reason I thought he was completely winning, and maybe he's not completely winning. Gukesh finds knight c6. Wow. Okay. Bishop c3 is correct, and now knight d4, yeah? He has to find knight d4. Has to find knight d4, king f1, and bishop b4. Alright. So let's see, because if you take and play a5, there is rook c8 problem, yeah, the pin. But if you move the rook, then black pushes the pawn. So you cannot take this. You probably play bishop b2 here, but now the knight stops this bishop, and also knight f3. Lots of ideas. Black is actually gonna try to play this for a win now, yeah, because he improved his knight. And he improved his bishop. So I'm not impressed with why Naka just declined the draw. I think declining draw was not correct. But for the first time we have Gukesh having less time on the clock than Naka. And he still has to make 8 moves. Okay, I understand Naka's devious plan. He wants to get Gukesh to the second time control, and then run Gukesh into the huge time trouble, and then he can trick him with the tactics which he does in the blitz games. Yeah, man, that's pretty devious, but will it work? Yeah, will this devious plan work? G5 immediately. Okay, why not? Yeah, bishop b5, knight d4 check. Another draw, because if you play like this, then question is knight b3 even, yeah, knight b3, but can you take this and play bishop b6? Absolutely, yeah. Still better for black. So g5, bishop here. Okay, I see, right, take, rook c7, and king f6, rook h7, and rook c8, yeah. threatening rook c2 and shake hands, pretty much. Alright, this position. 5e wins the pawn, they repeat, h3 is played, and yeah, critical position, critical position. Bishop e4, queen d5 first. Queen d5 first runs into queen c5 probably, yeah? So we've been there. So bishop e4 looks very likely with the idea of queen d5. And black must play something like this, you know? Something like this. Trying to keep this pawn alive, try to keep this check safe from checks, and white king, white queen from this square. Reasonable, reasonable. And let's not forget, it's equal material, equal material. Black king is not safe, but it's not easy. We need some geometry, we need some ideas here. Oh, queen h6. Excellent idea. Queen c6, double threat, and just grab the pawn. Queen c7, queen h3, knight to c5. And white still has a lot of play here to prove that his extra pawn is gonna enough him to win the game. Actually, might be not enough. You know. My God, Nepo is resourceful. Man, I thought he was completely lost. I thought he was completely lost. Dude is so resourceful. Bishop s4 is played, yeah? So queen c5 or queen e5 must be played now. Yeah, you gotta stop queen d5, obviously, yeah? And then queen f7, the cross section we saw. So, yeah. Yeah, Hikaru sees no benefit in a draw, and yeah, for sure, but he takes risks, man. He's taking risk. Necessary or unnecessary? And now Gukesh is faced with the choice to play knight d4 or not. Okay, but if he plays knight b4, then after this, white is better. The other choice is to play bishop a3, but... And the question is, if rook a1, then black plays bishop b4 for sure, yeah? And if rook c2, then you play knight to d4. And the difference compared to this line is that there's no difference, the same thing. You gotta play rook b4 and put the rook on b2 and bishop on c5, otherwise white is good. And it's just draw. Whatever they play is gonna end up in a draw. I don't see Gukesh blundering this. He already played bishop a3, okay. Yeah. What I'm expecting, actually, I'm expecting rook d1 finally. Because otherwise, you know, black is just pawn up. Or rook c2 again and we go into that line, yeah. But after rook d1, knight b4 is just dead draw, pretty much. Actually, bishop b4 first, yeah. Bishop b4, bishop b2, knight a7. Actually, black is a little bit better. Okay. Alright. That being all said, okay, fine. Rook c2. Draw game. Must be played. No other choice for Naka. Yep, rook c2. Knight d4 check and shake hands, yeah? No other choice. I mean, are you gonna play it here? I really doubt it. Because see, there is bishop d2. Tricky. Tricky Nakamura. Bishop d2, the rook is open, but most importantly, check and bishop d8. Okay? Tricky Nakamura. I mean, still equal, but, you know, it's a trick, yeah? So, yeah, knight d4, yeah? Gukesh is thinking. He's got 10 minutes to make up his mind, and he forces a draw. Knight d4. Take, rook c7, king f6, rook h7, and then we'll see rook b4, rook b2, bishop b4, and it's a draw. Right, the Grandmaster is demonstrating. Actually, king f6, rook h7, bishop b4 immediately, and rook d2. Forces rook d7, a rook trades, and a draw. Yeah, must take. There's no ifs, no buts. Get the pawn. Bishop b4, rook d7, trades the rooks, draw. Come on, guys. Demonstrate it. Is it Twitch back on? Yeah, Twitch is back. Okay. Here the chess. Chess 24. Okay, they're both looking at that game. And oh, Nepo actually allowed queen f7 crosspin. Okay, he is done. Yeah, he should not have allowed it. Yeah, queen e5 should have been played, of course. Queen e5 should have been played. Probably still lost, but you know, this would be a fighting chance. Remember we looked at a5, and remember we looked at this line, and now because of this crosspin, black is just dead lost. This pawn now doesn't matter. If white wins this pawn, he's just 2 pawns up. No compensation. But most importantly, black cannot get rid of this horrendous spin. So queen h7, queen h3, or queen h7, some a3, rook h1, queen h2 is coming. Or just g5, g6, g7. Also pretty good. Yeah. Alright, so this game is pretty much done. And this game, are they still playing it? Where's the official translation? Gentlemen? Come on, guys. Okay, people assume it's just a draw. Okay, Gukesh is there. Oh, he finished. No, he's... Is he? Is he? Yeah, he plays bishop b4. It's Naka's time. Naka probably went to the bathroom or something. Because Gukesh is still in the tournament hall. And it's Naka's move, yeah? Yeah. We're expecting rook d7. I know, guys, you can see it. Yeah. Naka's game, rook d7 and rook trade, shake hands. Yeah. Yep. There is Naka. He's not going to allow rook d2 for sure. Yeah, he's going to think, and he has no choice really. He has to play rook d7. There's zero chance of him winning the game. There's zero chance for Gukesh to win this game. Yeah, everybody is looking at the Nepo's game, and for some reason Nepo looks confident. Yeah, but he is completely lost, yeah? Yeah. Or maybe he thought he's completely lost anyway, and that's why he played a5, king a7. I think at that time he probably thought he was lost. Yeah. Queen h7, very accurate. Rook h1, queen takes h2 coming. Absolutely. So, this hurts Khan's chances of becoming the first American chess world champion. Oh my god. Okay. You know, the only time I see Hans becoming world chess champion is like at least in another 6 years. At least. But I would be glad if I'm wrong and he becomes a champ like in another 4. But I really doubt it. I really doubt it. Alright, king b8 has been played. Naka is... Yeah, look at his faces, yeah. He's talking, he's thinking. He's gonna accept the fact that it's... no, just take on c7, take on h2. Yeah, Fabi's got the mustache, I didn't know that. Man, he's grown. You know, I knew Fabio when he was like 12. First time I see him. He's now like 30 something, yeah. Time flies. Yeah, he was just a kid. Kids grow up, normal. Okay. Wait, so what's happening in the Naka's game? Let's see. Is this a draw yet? Naka is thinking. What are you thinking? What can he possibly think about? You know, he is not better at all. There is zero chance. I don't see Bishop d3. You guys see the engine Bishop f8 move? Attacking the pawn, threatening to play Bishop g7, cut off white's rook. And then Bishop g7. And hello, rook on h7. Playing with fire. But okay, he is not lost, yeah. But what is he trying to prove? Like, what is he trying to prove? That he is a fighter, that he takes risks? We know that. We all know that Naka is a fighter. He has proven that many times. Like, what's the point? You know, playing a dead drawn position out. You know, guys, there's a rule. There's a rule. If you tried really hard to win dead drawn position, there's a pretty big freaking chance that you blunder something and you actually lose. Okay? It's 100% axiom. If you try this hard to win a drawn position, you start to be very creative, and then you find this very creative losing idea. You know, I would highly recommend against going that way, okay? Don't do this. Just make a draw, okay? Because the chances of white blundering something and losing is now increasing. So don't do this. This move, a3, cold-blooded Fabiano move. I like that. If knight moves, take the rook, take the pawn, queen and bishop and 2 pawns, easy win. Yeah, people were discussing rook h1, knight f6, queen h2, rook endgame, no rook endgames. Black isn't going to survive until the rook endgames. The only thing I'm thinking is queen g3. And then, of course, white can always play queen e7 and force the queen back. Yeah. And then f4, and now we have another cross pin with the bishop hitting everything, which looks winning. But if you don't play queen g3, then what are you gonna do? You can move your rook. Yeah. You can move your rook because rook d7, h1. But obviously white is not gonna do that. Oh, you actually can do that. Wow. Because you have this nifty queen h6 idea. Attacking the rook, pawn, and queen d8 runs into queen g7 and you resign immediately, yeah? Oh, still defense. Alright, sorry. Queen c6, fine. Queen c6 is better, for sure. And that's it, yeah, game over. Rook f7, fails to check, take rook. Threat of mate. You must play this, you lose like this, yeah? So, yeah, Nepo is gone. Nepo is thinking, but he is completely lost. And he knows it. See, it's very painful for him moments. Let's be human about it, okay? Let's feel some pity for this great grandmaster who's been leading the whole tournament, pretty much. He was clear first after the stage 1. But then who would have thought that 2 Americans would score? Naka scored 3 straight wins and Fabiano scored 4.5 out of 5, yeah? Who would have thought that was possible? Nobody. And Nepo also won a game, right? So, and now it is a very painful moment for him when he realizes he is lost, and with it he loses chances for the World Chess Championship title, which he was seeking for so long. He's gonna play something active, and I think he's going to resign sometime very shortly. Queen a5, last trick. The idea is to play rook h8 some point, but doesn't change much. And white can just pretty much play g5 now, yeah. And push this guy. Rook h8 runs into queen d7 and mates. Black, if he wants to play queen h8, he can do this, but even g6 is winning at this point. Now compare this rook endgame to this rook endgame, okay? There is not even a rook endgame here. Okay, there is one, but rook on h8 is just totally lost. So g5 wins, pretty much any move wins. And here we have Gukesh playing e5. Huh. Yeah, it's kind of weird he didn't play bishop f8, bishop g7. I'm very surprised actually. Because that would be a big test for Nakamura's drawing endgame technique. Yeah, e5 with idea of e4, and we're looking at. First of all, let's check what's wrong with this check. Black must play this for sure. But if rook moves somewhere, then you play e4, and then black plays f4, and things are getting not so great for white. Yeah, check f3, rook d1 is a threat. I mean, it's still a draw probably, but white is significantly worse. So white must play f3 here. And now black has a choice to play g4, try to create pass pawn here, or play e4 and go for this structure. And now king e5, or black needs to give a check and then another check. Yeah, easier said than done, of course. Rook d8 with the idea of meeting king e3 with king e5. Very important, the bishop takes care of the square. If white gives you the check, you play king f5, rook controls the checking square, and you must go back. Yeah, and the idea is if here and rook a2 for example, then bishop c5 and bishop d2 are the current threats. But we can just play this. Yeah, amazing. And black must play this and repeat the position. Because of this, then white is much worse. Yeah. Again, I think only black plays for a win here, so Naka should just make a draw, man. Yeah, f3 is played. They made the first time control. Gukesh has 30 minutes to think. He has a choice again to play bishop f8 and again close this rook. The difference now is that white has this additional resource because the pawn is no longer protected. So bishop f8 doesn't make sense. So e4 or g4. Yeah, g4 here and rook takes, but it's just that draw. Rook h6, even king g7. King g7 runs into bishop f5 trick. Still a draw, but this is better for white. Yeah. So rook g6, rook h5, rook g5, e4. Yeah, this is just draw. Okay, some tactical tricks. Yeah, but I think e4 is going to be played. You know, get this nice pawn and some chances to do this king and that trick, right? So I don't know. So g5 is played, queen h6 first, the queen c6 threat, forced black queen back. Knight doesn't move because take. Black must move the rook now, but where is a big problem. Rook e8 is, can you take on d7, take on b6? It's unnecessary. And king c8, there is no win. Bishop c6 is also possible, pinning this guy immediately, which is probably the cleanest way to play. And then you just take, win endgame. So, but where else the rook can go? Rook goes to g8, and then what is this? Yeah, and white can just play f4 pretty much. Queen takes, queen c6 resigns. Knight moves finally. Bishop moves. Pawn is gonna be captured on the next move. And there is not much that black can do. Yeah, nothing. He can do nothing. Here, take, rook f8, g6. Yep, absolutely lost. All right, let's see. Fabio plays rook h1. Wait, what is the time? Oh, it's 38 move, and Fabi has less than 1 minute. Okay, but this is winning enough position. Yeah, he's gonna win this like with his eyes closed. Yeah, he needs to make 2 more moves, and then probably we see resignation. Yeah, 2 more moves. Black needs to play knight c5. This is a given. And then it's very simple, bishop c2. And pawn is going to g6, and white captures this guy. Because queen cannot move. That guy is hanging. King a7, rook h2, or g6 resigns. We're witnessing last moves in each game. See, Fabi, he is completely winning, yet he is cautious, okay? He is cautious, he's trying to make the sure way to win this. The bishop to h7, what? I haven't seen this move, what? Alright, this is good enough also. You win a tempo, you hit the rook, rook goes to g7, boom. Oh, g6, yeah, g6 and queen h2. That's good enough. Yeah. And if you take on g5, queen g5, take on h7, king a2, check on f7, king a1, knight b3, here, check, and king a2, and no more checks, and white wins. Alright, what's happening? Nepo is thinking. Gukesh is looking at the boards. Nepo is 6 minutes on the clock. It's his last chance to do something with 6 minutes on the clock. Yeah, Gukesh is looking at their position. He understands that Fabiano is going to win. And he will have to play Fabiano tomorrow. Man. Yeah. No, but rook d8, bishop c2, I think, no? Yeah, if you play rook d8, actually queen h2 is all. Yeah, queen h2 is enough because rook d1 just runs into king a2. You take this guy, take, check again, king here. Ah, wait, this is a draw. Okay. Okay, king b1, right, sorry. King b1, everything is protected. Knight b3, bishop check, and bishop c2, yeah? Yeah. I mean, an elite grandmaster will find all this in seconds. Yeah, Fabi just needs to make 1 more move. So Nepo goes for this exchange sack. Fabi immediately played queen g5. And this is the end of Nepo in this game. King a2, queen f7, king a1, because queen takes care of the square. Okay, let me show you. Check, king a1, knight b3, king b1, and black knight doesn't have this checking square, which is critically important. Okay, and that's why black is losing his game here, because this pawn is going to be gone. Queen f3. Yeah, just don't take this pawn here, yeah, because queen d1. Yeah, queen e1 and queen h2. And that's it. And that's the game. Knight d2 check, king c2. Precision until the very end. 40 moves are done. Time control is passed. 5b is completely winning. Game will probably be over in a few moves. Gukesh is thinking for some reason. He had advantage. He had extra pawn. Now he has no extra pawn. He has slightly better rook and bishop. I mean, absolutely frigging dead draw to me, okay? Absolutely equal dead draw position to me, but, you know, they're playing, and I'm doing my commentating job, yeah? So as a commentator, I have to commentate even this dead draw. It's annoying, but, you know, you gotta do it. All right, so e4, bishop f8, and g4. That's it. There are no other choices for black. Bishop f8, we saw that rook a7 is a problem, because if you take here, check, king f7, bishop f5, even this is a draw, okay? Even this is a draw, gentlemen, but white is a little bit better now. Okay, we looked at g4 after the trades, rook h6 check, rook g6, rook h5, rook g5, it's a draw. The black plays e4, take, bishop e5. It's almost impossible to get this pawn going because king is active and there are always some checks. So this is also pretty much dead draw. So which move of the dead draw among three dead draw candidate moves black is going to choose? That's the real question. Nepo here is... What? What? King a1? No. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Fabi just made a huge mistake. I mean, how can you not play king a2? And now there's this threat of knight b3, knight c1 check, which means you cannot take this pawn. Check, king a7, you take here, and it's a perpetual. Because you can't even give up the knight because your queen is hanging. But if you cannot take this pawn, how are you going to win this? Because this check is coming. All right, what white can do is actually he can try to go into this queen endgame. But why, when you were so completely winning? Because now, I mean, it's still winning, but it's like not that clear-cut winning. I mean, it's still probably winning, but it's not that obvious anymore, yeah? I mean, what king a1? King a2, check, king here, queen f3, queen e5, queen h2. And if knight here, then here, check, king a2, you have queen c2, you win a knight, queen b3. That's the problem. And black plays queen f7 here. You can grab this. And the queen is on f7 and queen on c2 is two different queens. Check, king a1. Take on f3, check. And knight is too far from this guy. king a1 after queen c2. Okay, let's see if white can do this, yeah? Trying to take control of the square. He wants to win a pawn, a4. Wow, it's actually a draw. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, but queen c2 must be played, it's the only move, yeah? Obviously Nepo sees this. Yeah, he is thinking. I like commentators' queen e3 move. King a7. But then what? He play f4 and queen g2, and that forces white queen to the very passive first line, and you can even take this guy. Oh, no, you cannot take this because of the check, yeah? So that's why a4, just a waiting move. f5, knight f2. Take, draw. Oh my god, I really didn't think this was possible. I thought it was like completely winning and there is no way to make an error. But king a1, queen c2, and suddenly it's like this. Yeah, that was unexpected. Queen t5, knight b3. Okay, so queen must be here to control these squares. Queen f4. Alright, so let's see the computer suggestion. Is it difference? King a7 or not? Probably not. f4. Okay, let's see it. The idea is if knight b3, then check and queen c3. Check. But this is getting very problematic, yeah? Wow. He had to go to the bathroom, he rushed king a1. Yeah. Meanwhile, Vidit is already at the gym. That's how life goes, yeah? Guys, I'm pretty sure Nepo sees queen c2. He knows it's the only move. He already found it. That's why you can see he's regaining his, his calculation vision, yeah? Besides queen c2, there are no other moves. It's just a fact. There are no other moves besides queen c2. It's the only move. So we will see this move. I don't know why he's taking so long, because normally you play this move and then you think while your opponent thinks, okay? Because second time control is until the end. Every minute counts. Every minute counts. It's actually an amazing resource. Black was so dominated the whole game and suddenly he jumps out and he has some resources. Unbelievable. A little bit unfair actually. Should be dead lost. So e4 is played. Gukesh is running 20 minutes down the clock, which is welcomed by Nakamura. He wants his opponent to be low time. And now Gukesh has to... yeah. Yeah, now things are getting a little bit interesting at least, yeah. He plays e4, and what is he gonna play here? Bishop e7, engine move I don't like. Rook d5 is kind of engine move too. Bishop c5 is more of a human move, but nobody's gonna give you time to play rook b4, rook b2 check, obviously, yeah? I mean, bishop c5, rook c7 will be played immediately, and then probably rook a7, and then you play rook b4, which is still pretty equal. Yeah. So the only thing is time here, okay? Black is running down time. What was his move? Ah, he found the engine move. Very interesting. Huh. This is the engine move. To be honest, well, the idea is if king e3, then you play rook b4, obviously, yeah? And you want this check. And if check, then king here, rook c6, and then black is very active. So black wants rook on b4. So white must give this check pretty much a given. King e5. Now black is threatening rook b4, rook b2. And so let's see, h4, rook here, take. It's already problematic. h5 is very double-edged. Very, very double-edged now. Now this is very double-edged position because white gets the h passer, bishop protects the square, and white is actually doing pretty well here. It looks optically that, you know, rook is inactive, but it's doing a lot of things here. The bishop is doing everything, and the h-pawn is coming. So black is actually, must be careful here. Yeah, okay, rook b2, you can always do the checks, yeah? Because king h3, then the pawn goes. Yeah. So that's another way to make a draw for black, just check, 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 check. Okay. You cannot step on the f2 square, you give a tempo. So, alright, so let's see what Naka comes up with. He is thinking. And Nepo finds queen c2. Yep. And now we have a game. I like how Naka looks at the Fabius game, yeah? Gukesh is a little bit nervous. Wait, Naka plays something? What did he play? Oh, the translation is delayed. Queen c2. Wait, that is the... okay, this is wrong. That's old translation, yeah? See, Fabi is thinking. He is thinking, he is a little bit upset. He is a little bit upset. We can see that he is upset, yeah? Because the game is not over. Lagno just finished her game. So let's see, women's for a change. What's happening in the women's? What were the games? So Tanjung Yi make a draw, and she is a winner, yeah? 9 points, yeah. She is a winner. If she lost, it was potentially a chance for others to catch her, but she drew Anna Muzachuk. Wait, both Goryachkin and Muzachuk, they are 6th and 7th? Oh my god. Really? Man, that is sad. That is very sad, actually. Selimo last place, I'm not surprised, you know, but she is very young. Lagno is -1. Hampi is 50%. Vaishali, a new sensation, is actually 2nd and 3rd. How is that possible? The youngsters are really coming, yeah? I mean, Anna Muzachuk and Grechkina were the best like at least 5-6 years ago. And now they are at the bottom of the table. Man, that is life, yeah. That's sad, man. Okay. Oh, Naka finally trading pawns. Okay. Rook b4 will be played with idea bishop c5. And if h5, for example, then bishop c5. Attack the bishop, check. King d1. Bishop e3. You attack this guy. Just protect. Bishop d4. Rook behind, yeah. Man. Bishop h7 is completely unnecessary. Yeah. Just bishop c2. Yeah. Bishop c2, g6, and take on h2. And my god. But okay, he had a winning game, but he played king a1 instead of king a2. King a2 does not allow this queen c2 resource. All right. But king a1 runs into queen c2, knight b3, knight c1, check. And queen on c2 is suddenly the queen. She's in control of the game, man. Oh my god. Come on, Fabi, you could have won this game, made it so simple. Oh. You know, but that's life, right? People always find a way to complicate things. I mean, it's easy for me to say, right? But especially from playing all those Blitz tournaments on Title Tuesdays, I know how difficult it is to actually to find those simple looking moves. You know, people like asking me like, but you know, those moves are so simple to find. Yeah, they're easy. I mean, and those cheaters that are CMs, FMs, who played 96 and above accuracy level, of course they find these moves, and of course once you find them, they look simple. Yeah, but you see, the candidates playing OTB chess, they do not see these simple moves because it's hard. Okay, it's easy because the engine shows it to you and it becomes simple. But try to find it without the engine. Yeah. I mean, this is a clear demonstration of how the world best players in the world, in time trouble, they miss stuff. Yeah. And then when the CMs and the FEMs find the simple stuff in Blitz games in Title Tuesdays and played 93% accuracy, and they're not getting banned because there is a theoretical chance that they could see the simple looking moves, yeah. But to the experienced grandmasters like me, like Kramnik, even to Nakamura and to Fabiano, who said that, at least 50% people are cheating on Title Tuesdays, right? Let's not forget that. It's just people don't focus on Fabi's words a lot, yeah? And he doesn't talk about it much, but, he did say that. So, keep that in mind. Exactly, Mr. Nefyodov. Exactly. All right, so Gukesh he finds rook b4, Naka finds rook h5, and now there is it's kind of still a game, yeah? Black still has to find some good moves. The most logical move is bishop d6 to put the bishop on f4, okay? But you have to find moves like bishop h2 here. And rook g5, then you move the bishop back, because the rook cannot no longer go to h7. Rook g8, check, and then white plays this. And this bishop on a7 suddenly is not so great. Alright? So black wanted to push this pawn, but this bishop on b5 does everything. Protects this pawn, keeps this pawn under control, provides the square, and the outside pass pawn in the endgames is almost always more dangerous than the central pass pawn. Alright? So Gukesh has to accelerate here if he wants to not get into a bad position. King g7, very nice move. Make sure this rook is bound to this pawn. This rook does not move. And the threat is check, rook h2, and take on h4. Okay? Like for example here, check, and rook h3. Or rook b4 even. And I kind of don't think the grandmasters would continue playing this game in this position. Although I might be wrong, because we're dealing with Nakamura here, yeah? But to be honest, it would be kind of pretty disrespectful to play this as any opponent who plays this for a win. But I really like this king g7, and I really like this king g7 move, and I think white must move the bishop somewhere, like here, to try to attack something. Black can easily play this, but after rook d5, bishop h4, rook a5, king f6, with idea of bishop g5, things get, again, very drawish again, yeah. But it's some kind of a fight. If you can call this a fight, I mean, okay. Okay, so let's go to the more interesting game. So Nepo finds a4, he finds all the right moves. The knight needs to go to b3, and white is kind of cannot stop it, yeah? So the big question, what happens if white just runs down his pawn? Like, for example, you can't really play queen d5 because of queen g2, yeah? Or actually knight d3. Knight d3 is another threat, by the way. Well, okay, so let's say f4. Black has now only one move, and he needs to find it. All the other moves, they are losing. The question is, why are these moves losing? It's a good one. Because I don't understand why knight b3 is bad, for example. Yes, I see check, I see queen c3, but there is queen g2. Yes, there is a check. And there is b5 for check here. Oh, maybe because of rook e1, but then it's a queen. And black gladly gives his queen for the rook if he has two queens, yeah? So, okay, so it's a check and rook d1. So now is a huge threat. And now white wins. Okay, so that's what white wants to get. He wants black king to open up considerably more. That means king a5 runs into rook e1 potentially. Oh, no, there is knight c5. Sorry. Queen f1. If queen returns, oh, just f5, yeah. And now this is winning. So that's what white wants to get. He needs to get both pieces here and to push this pawn. Then he has a good chance of winning, because while black queen is not on d5 or no checks, nothing. So, alright. So in this situation, black has only one move, which is king a6. The idea is to prevent this check and queen c3. So the whole point, if white plays this immediately, black plays this, you give a check, king a7, queen f1, black has this check. And we see a repetition, right? Check, check, and that queen c2 even thing. Actually not. And queen g8. Yeah, I still don't understand this myself. This is very complicated. Check, check. Oh, and king, queen g2 back. f4. Check. Here. And knight d2. An amazing move. Difficult to find, but once you see it, you understand that there is no other move, yeah? f5. And now there are checks which and knight d2. That's the perpetual that black wants. Because if you take, check, take, and this pawn is a little bit closer than this pawn. So black wants to achieve this setup. Queen on c4, knight on d2, because then check and take the rook. So this is actually very hard, guys. This is very hard to find for white and for black. I don't know, man. This is crazy, to be honest. Yep. Let's see the faces. Fabi is sad. He's shaking his head. He is not happy. He's trying to find a solution to this problem. When you see a person doing nail biting, it means, you know, there are problems in life. I do this a lot lately, but this is really bad habits. If you see kids doing nail biting, try to work with them to make sure they don't do that. Okay? It's really bad for your health. All right. Let's go back to Naka's game. We see bishop e8, bishop d8. Symmetrically located bishops. Bishop on d8 protects the pawn, and black wants now to trade this pawn without giving white even a chance to take this guy. So king d3, rook here, rook d5. Wait, is he really gonna play this? Yeah, he actually plays this. King f4 runs into e3, right? And king e2 runs into check and must trade the rooks. Yeah, okay, so they're still playing this dead drawn position. They don't show us their faces. But I want to see Naka's and Gukesh faces doing this because, you know, in normal tournament situation, these guys would shake hands like long time ago. Long time ago. But because this is candidates, and if somebody wins by accident, you know, it's a whole different ballgame, yeah? You know, guys, I think that actually if Naka won this game and Fabi won this game and they play each other in the playoffs, I'm not sure who wins. I actually think Fabi is... I actually think Naka has superior chances in the tiebreak. Yeah. I think that's the only guy that has superior chances against Fabiano in the rapid tiebreaks. Otherwise, I think Fabi is superior to everybody else, but not Naka. Yeah, Naka is just a beast in rapids and bliss time controls. Nepo, I think in rapids he is not bad, but he is still worse than Fabiano. All right, so rook f5 is played. Okay. So the question now. All right, take on a5 is a must. What? Oh, of course. King f6 and bishop g5, yeah? Critical. Absolutely critical. Actually, the computer... okay, king e3, rook c4, why not rook b4? Or rook b4 also. Yeah, and because bishop g5, rook b2 is a threat. Yeah. So, king f6, yeah. And we're gonna see probably draw like rook a6, rook a5 check. Although there is king a7, bishop g5 here. Yeah, but bishop on b5, yeah, holds the pawn. I mean, dead draw. e3, king f3, rook f4. Just take, actually. Yeah, take, draw. All right. All right, 5B is down to 15 minutes. If he allows time to go lower than 5 minutes in this position, he might not win this game. If you leave yourself very little time, you might not win this. That's why Nepo is smart. He leaves himself 20 minutes. He's thinking of his opponent's time. I think 5B should just give a couple of checks just to keep Nepo guessing, because it's easy for black to make a mistake here. Okay, it's a wrong move by the king and it's game over suddenly. Okay, so give a couple of checks, gain some time, and you know, and see if f4 works. f4 is the only chance. The reason he doesn't like f4 is because, again, remember that draw with knight here, queen here, and then queen e4, queen h1. Yeah, but black needs to get there. It's not easy to get there. So f4, the computer actually likes this position. Yeah, the computer says it's a draw, but it's very, very hard. Yeah, I don't see. Okay, let's check it. f4, king a6, queen here, centralizing the queen. So what's the problem with f5? Knight e3, threatening the mate. Okay. Oh, knight c1 check also. I keep forgetting about that check. Wait, queen d4, knight c1. Take. Oh, I cannot win this pawn. Okay, I see. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, if that doesn't work, then okay. And if you play knight d3 here, it's the same thing, right? Same thing. Knight c1 is a threat. Yeah, but then Nepo has to find king a6. Yeah, he has to find king a6, which is very hard. I don't think he will find king a6, to be honest. Video Chess YouTube page has live video for each game. Yeah, I don't want to go to YouTube, man. If you're looking for candidates to finish, I don't know, man. I kind of like these candidates. It's still very exciting. I understand that the last round games are like kind of anticlimactic, but yeah, but the whole tournament was very exciting. The whole tournament. The huge race, the Americans, you know, entering the accelerated mode at the finish to almost, Nepo got overthrown, right? There's no way Nepo wins this game, so he's out. I mean, isn't that exciting? Yeah, we got a new challenger for the title. I mean, it's great news. It's just a question of who it is. Yeah, it is exciting. Who did the draw masters? Geary, Leko, and Ulf Andersson. You mean in a historical order? It is Ulf Andersson, Leko, and Geary. Yeah. I mean, you might forget a certain grandmaster named Tivikov who ran a certain world record of playing 140 games without losing a single game. A record which was broken only by Magnus Carlsen. I mean, significantly later in time, yeah? Yeah, Geary is very well known for his inability to win winning positions, but that was in the past. He is a little different these days. Petr Kiriakov, Mr. Chess Lover, you use these obscure names. I don't even know who Petr Kiriakov is. Vidit really had an impact on Hikaru's tournament for sure. Those two losses were completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. Yeah, if not two draws, then, you know, Naka would have great chances. So, rook a8, bishop g5. Naka is really trying to push this guy. Check here. It could be also check on d1, of course, but rook a2, a6, If you play e3, then bishop b5, and this bishop is kind of dead, yeah? Still draw, but yeah, check, king here. I would say probably bishop f4, to be honest. And then just do the checks. You can do the check, because if king h3, then e3, bishop b2, e2, yeah, but okay, also unnecessary, yeah? Also unnecessary. I mean, black can just pretty much put the bishop on a3 here, just stop the pawn if he wants to. King e5, bishop c6, king d4, stops the checks, yeah. a7, trying to get rook g8 in, check, e3, you play this. Pretty sure black can just take and play e2 here, check, and you must make a draw. King f2 is also probably playable. Okay, the grandmasters keep trying, I guess. f4 is played, finally. So, the critical moment of the game. Oh, they're showing Nako versus Gukesh. Nako is looking at Gukesh. Like, I don't know. Trying to think of the ways to trick in the dead drawn position. Whose move is this? And Nepo has only one move in this position. Will he find it? Will he find this move? King a6. Not easy. Not easy at all. By the way, if you play king a6, what's wrong with f5? Oh yeah, knight d3, right? Knight d3, that was the trick. Queen here, knight c1. If you take. And the whole problem is that you have check and you take this pawn. Alright. So, rook a2. Naka is thinking. Rook behind. Bishop h4, e3 maybe. a5. Very likely. Again, bishop e3, a6, bishop b6. Yeah, why not? Pawn is again very active rook for black. Black zero risk. Absolutely zero risk. Repetition. Yep. I mean, zero risk for both. Even if you give up the bishop for the pawn, either black or white, then you play the famous rook and bishop versus rook. But why would you need to do that? Yeah. All right. So, critical moment. Nepo 21 minutes versus 9 minutes for Fabi. Critical moment, gentlemen. I highly doubt Nepo will find king a6 too. Okay, but it is candidates and the mind is mobilized. Yeah. Remember how I found that draw versus Topalov in our candidates? People were not sure I'll find this idea, but I did. Queen c2. Yeah. Fantastic drawing move. I did. So humans are capable of finding the ancient moves, but you need to understand the position. Once you understand the ideas, how to draw, then you're looking for the precise sequence. First you find the pattern, okay, the idea. Then once you find this pattern works, you find the correct sequence how to make this pattern happen, okay. That's how the Grandmaster mind works. Okay, situations like this. He has only one move, which will give him a draw. everything loses, and he needs to be precise. Because, for example, if he plays king b7, f5, and he plays knight d3 here, this is now losing. Because white has a tempo to bring the queen to c3. Alright. So that's why you really need to find king a6, so the queen... Wait, what? Yeah, you need to find king a6, so white queen doesn't get to c3 with a tempo. And if white plays anywhere with the queen, there is a check. And remember, check and here, yeah? So that's why you need to play king a6. That's why it's the only move. All the other moves, they are losing. Very hard job for Nepo to find, but he has 19 minutes to find it. He has 19 minutes to find this idea. He is looking for it. He is looking for it. Alright, while he is looking for it, let's go back to Naka's drawn game. King e2. Check. King d1 probably, that's the idea, yeah? And if e3 and a6, check. King e1, check. Rook here, check. King g1, rook a2, a7, and king g7 to protect against the checks. And then probably bishop e2 and just bishop f6, yeah? And if white gives you a check, you take. Oh, this is beautiful, by the way, yeah? e2, king f2, bishop d4. This is beautiful. This is study, like. I mean, you can just play probably rook a1, but then white gets the king here. And of course, bishop e7, bishop c5, and also a draw, but a little bit more work, yeah? You have to be precise, you have to make sure white has no checks. King f3, bishop c5, rook c8, draw, okay? So, regardless of how they play, it's pretty much always a draw. And Nepo did not find it. Nepo did not find the draw. He is losing once again. And Fabi finds the idea. Fabi finds the idea. He already calculated it, yeah? He sees queen c3, queen g2, and queen d3. And remember, this idea was b5, queen d6, and there is mate, yeah? So black plays king a5. And white has only one move, queen f1. And it's still not easy. After queen d5, okay, white has only one way to win the game. Far from easy. Check. Queen g2 back. f5. King a6. f6. Lots of checks. King a2. Knight d2. If f7. Queen d5. King b1, knight d2. So at the end, white must play something like this. And check. And if check, king c2. Okay, queen g2. And rook h2, and finally it's a win. Oof, it's a long fight. Oh yeah, there's check and knight d2. We remember this idea, right? You cannot capture anything. f7. check, check, queen f7, queen f5, queen f7. Oh my god, we're gonna see this? Oh no. Oh, it's gonna be another 100 moves. Okay, because knight is so strong, yeah? Protects everything. Oh, it's gonna be another 100 moves, man. Oof. Yeah, Nepo again blitzing, yeah? He blitzing. Wait, no, he actually, yeah, he was blitzing. He played knight b3 like he thought for 4 minutes. 5B thought for 20 minutes. Nepo thinks for 4 minutes and immediately makes a mistake. King a6, just draw immediately. The reason being is f5 doesn't work because of knight d3 and knight c1. Okay. Instead, we see knight b3, check. Nepo was thinking. Now he's thinking. Now he's thinking. Okay. All right. All right. What's going on here? King e1, rook d5. Okay. What is the point? And if black gives another check, king f1, rook a2 for sure. Yeah, but why did he play rook d5 here? What is the point? Oh, okay, bishop h4 check. Trying to... maybe? I don't know. Okay, king e2, not falling for that cheapo. And bishop d2 is played. Oh, okay. Bishop is hanging, pawn is hanging. I see. Yeah, but a6 and if you take here, okay, rook a5, it's the dreaded rook endgame. Okay, this is a draw, though it is a draw because no progress for white. Yeah, but a7, rook a5, check, king e5, take, take. Okay, symbolically white is better, yeah. Objectively, it's a dead draw. It's a dead draw even after this move. I think this is even simpler because white can never move his king to anything above the squares because of the immediate e2, yeah. All right, okay, so these guys find some chances, nice, very good. Okay, queen g2, logical. Queen c8 runs into king a5, and it must be repetition. Okay, so now 5B is at the crossroads, yeah? 5B is at the crossroad. He has to find this plan where he plays queen here and pushes the pawn. Okay, queen c4. King a5 now runs into queen b4 check. b5 is bad. Nepo must play king b7, the only move, yeah? King b7, if rook here, then knight d2, but okay, knight d2 is very difficult. It's not the simple move, yeah? It's not the most simple move. He has to see it. b5 is terrible mistake because rook d1 will come to d6 and white will mate black. Okay. How does Nepo play here? Let's see it. People are still talking. Hmm. Fabio saw king a6, I agree. Oh, it's game over. Wait, what knight c5? Oh yeah, rook e1. Okay, rook e1. He finds this, rook e1, knight c5. Yeah, knight c5 is correct, yeah. And then queen f1, queen d5 check, yeah. Check, king a1, knight b3, king a2, and queen f7. And then it's check. And white finally wins this, yeah? Because he managed to get to this pawn and get white. The most important thing was to get black queen out of c2 square. So now it is a win. It is a win. So that knight b3 was a huge mistake because knight on c5 was well placed with the idea of knight d3, threatening mate. Okay, the knight on b3 is a good threat, but he shouldn't have played it. Yeah, which is not easy. Yeah, rook e1. Obviously, you cannot queen because of the mate. So knight c5 is the only move. Yeah, rook d1 runs into knight d2. We already established that. But rook e1 forces knight c5. And then queen f1 finally gets rid of this queen. Because of queen c2, now the rook is here and queen protects everything. Okay, just push the pawn. And rook b1, and that's it. It was important to switch places, queen with the rook. Queen on f1, queen can go to h1, rook protects the king, but now the pawn goes. Okay. Yeah. Good job. Good job by Fabi. Good job by Fabi. Nepo blundered his chance again. It's amazing. You know, it's very amazing how Nepo consistently keeps losing his chances, which Fabi gives him. Fabi gave him in this game at least like 2 chances, yeah? And Nepo just keep throwing them away. So that means Fabi deserves to win this. Fabi deserves to win this game. Okay, rook h5. We're gonna see a7 or king d2. That's the question, yeah? That is the question. Which draw are we gonna see? White has a choice. All right, let's.
I'm not gonna guess.
Yeah, it's hard to guess. Actually, it's not like obvious at all, is it? Where the win is.
Well, we're gonna find it.
Bobby is down to like under 6 minutes. So we're about to see a second time scramble. Nepo with it 14 minutes. I think this game still is going to contain some drama because when you're down to 6 minutes,
that's true.
It's not completely obvious, right? Like how to win.
This is less winning than the previous position.
Yes.
You messed up, so I can no longer be so sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Naka went for this exchange.
Yeah. And Naka's game. Okay.
And just e3 and a draw,
Naka's
yeah?
game, he has a rook versus a bishop and pawn. So actually Naka is the one who's nominally better, which is funny that Gukesh played all the way into that. But, okay. Maybe Naka will try to win. He cut his king, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He'll be on the better side of a draw.
Right. But it's very difficult to actually make progress with your king and rook without letting those things, the e-pawn queen.
And we have a move in Fabi's game, rook e1.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and knight c5 by Nepo. So I guess we can't really get around it. We have to figure this position out. We were trying to take a little break from that.
We were trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay, Nakamura
that
draw.
game's actually finishing. Maybe we can just take a look. They played until Bear Kings. They stayed on the board for a long time.
Bear Kings.
Yeah, I think Hikaru taking it very stoically. Mm-hmm. Right? Like you don't see too much frustration or anything on his face. It's almost like, well, he's had a lot of time to come to terms with this result.
Yeah, he has it the last couple of hours.
Yes, and he was defending a worse position, and I think he's just going to have to console himself, by saying, well, it's not the end of the world. I've got a lot of other good things going on in my life. You know, I had a good tournament.
And 5b finds queen
Didn't
f1.
work out in the last game.
And
Amazing.
it was still a good result, like objectively to be, you know, consistently competing
For
in the
first
last two
place.
candidate cycles.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Absolutely. Yeah, it was great to have him here. And I hope we see him in at least another
Yeah.
candidates. All right, but then now we got to get back to this position. This is our big intrigue of the day. You know, is there going to be a tie break tomorrow or not? Right now, Bobby does have chances all of a sudden. So the question though is this pawn wants to promote, and so we need to like get to this king before that happens.
yeah, Hikaru has at least 1 or 2 more cycles left.
Yeah,
I know sometimes he says, you know, he doesn't want to play past 40 very much, but
right. He
it'd be
does
very
say
good
that.
for chess if he qualified for a match and had an opportunity to play in a match. That's kind of what every one of these players is looking for. Fabiano's has a chance.
Look at that move.
Oh,
So he doesn't try to mate him. He just tries to stop the pawn,
yep.
which
So
actually the computer likes this move. Queen d5, check, king b1.
yeah, king b1.
This time he goes in the right place with his king. It's
Yeah,
actually kind of funny.
He's learned.
Because this one would like, you know, wind up losing the queen. So he goes king b1.
Oh, that's a bit easier then. When you realize like it's the only, okay, yeah.
Yeah. And all right, so the pawn is under control. So somehow this has been positive for Fabiano because his rook is more active than it was on h1.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at like the checks. Queen
Right.
f5 check,
Yeah.
king a1, knight b3 check, then you go king a2.
Yeah.
And
But we have like much better queen and rook, I guess, position than in the line.
oh, it's a
when we
huge
started.
improvement. Pawn on h2 is hanging in some lines. The king on b7 is worse than a7. So everything's kind of improved here, which is probably why.
Right, and we have a good chance to win this pawn, right? I mean, because black, actually, you know, black also has to constantly watch out for like attacks with the rook as well. So queen f5 is on the board.
Yeah, king a2,
You know, do you
king
think if
a1.
Bobby
Yeah.
manages to win today, he's going to have like energy for the tiebreak tomorrow?
No,
You think he will?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna have the energy to fight tomorrow for sure. Okay. All right, Abbasov game finally finished. What happened in the game? Oh, Prague won. So there was a reason why he played this game, yeah? So let's see what happened here. Bishop d4. And for some reason he took with the pawn, which I don't understand. Now white has double pawns, which are going to cost him. Okay, queen d7. White is still okay. But b5, now black is better because b4 is coming, yeah? Rook b1. What is the point? Ah, because rook e8, my god. Oh, it's tactics, yeah. Alright. So take here, and we reach this position, which is very bad for white, yeah. And Prague converts this advantage. Winning rook endgame. Good job. Yeah, Basov just completely. Yeah, but it's good for Prague because he lost 2 whites in a row. Now he wins with black. Yeah, so it's good for his morale. So Nepo again suffering consequences of his not thinking moves. And now he's lost. But again, oh, he is not okay. Remember, we looked at this position minus these 2 pawns, right? But it seems like white is going to keep his f pawn alive. That's actually a huge achievement for white. Check. King to a6 apparently is the best move. Because if you take, oh, there's knight d4 check and king a1, queen b3 now. And if rook here, then queen to d3 and that, and okay, check here. So the rook must go, yeah? The rook must go. But where? Also knight c2, queen b3 is a threat. Wow, okay. Amazing position, yeah? Equal. Black is down whole exchange and the pawn. And still it's equal. See, the power of the knight and queen. The power of the knight and queen. Amazing stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these players don't know this, that this is draw. I'm pretty sure the players don't. Okay, it's not exactly draw. White can play queen d2, yeah. And if you take on a3, then it's winning for whites. But take, and queen f3. Yeah, this looks like a winning position because king is stuck in the corner. It's very hard to push this pawn with king here. You need the queen on a6 and pawn on f5. Then you win, but you're not getting this. Yeah, so this is still very hard to win, even despite Nepo's mistake. Nepo played queen c2. Oh, okay, then he's gonna lose. Finally, he is losing because f5 just wins. Yeah, rook b1, and game over. Because pawn just rolls, and that's it. Check here, and that's it. Queen f5, rook c7 mate. Yeah, Nepo is. I'm surprised. Usually he is way more resilient than this. Way more resilient. Yeah, he needed to find check and queen f7. And then it's not easy. White has to find check and rook h1. Which he probably could, but you know, then we get this famous queen f4 line, yeah? And we must take with the queen. Then we probably have another 100 moves here, because it's very hard to beat black here. But Nepo playing, where he play queen c2. Yeah, Fabio plays this, and Nepo is lost, yeah? Yep, Nepo is completely lost. Yeah, he understands that he is lost. Well, the thing, I think he thought he's gonna lose this position anyway. I didn't think he realized he had real drawing chances, yeah? Yeah, I think the mindset, what makes this critical. This mindset. Okay, when he played knight c5. Yeah, so we're gonna see this line f6 check and knight d2 and then queen h1 check for sure, yeah. And then king a6 probably, rook c1 check and probably queen e6. And still, there is some play left here, yeah? Still, there is some play here. Oh, we're still gonna see this probably, yeah? I mean, or rook d1. Check. We're probably still gonna see this, queen h2. It's very, very likely. Okay, so we should be able to see this endgame. f6, knight b3, knight d2 is the only move. There is no other move for Nepo. Queen h1 must be played. Okay. And now it's critical where this king moves. King must go to a6 actually. It's the only move apparently. Because you need this king safe. If the king goes to a7, then there are checks on c7 which are apparently not that great for black. Actually, it's about the same, yeah. It doesn't actually matter. I'm actually thinking the engine shows rook d1 is another possibility. It's actually a very strong move. I like it. Yeah, I like this rook d1 actually more. Because I don't think Nepo will find queen d3 here. It's just very inhuman to find this move. Because then we run into the same situation. Yeah, queen f7, queen h2. Yeah, but queen d3 is very inhuman. You need to wait for the pawn to get to f7 so you can capture it. And white is in sort of a zugzwang, yeah. This is ancient stuff. Well, it's not exactly over if they manage to trade the pawns and black gets the knight to c5. It's gonna be another 50 moves at least. So, what was played? Okay, rook c1 is played, and now queen e6 is the only move. Queen e6 is the only move. Actually, queen f7 also playable, but yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Queen e6 or queen f7. Nepo has to decide. Yeah, I did not expect this round to go so late, man. Thanks for Biano for not winning this earlier. Like 1 hour earlier. Queen to e6. Alright. Okay, now. Can white keep his f6 pawn or not? Yeah, big question. Can you keep f6 pawn alive? If you can keep f6 pawn alive and take on h2, white wins absolutely easily. But it doesn't seem possible, yeah. It does not seem possible because a bunch of checks coming. But okay, let's take a look. Check and f5, yeah, and f7. See, it's not good. Check. And another check back. Oh. Okay, apparently this is also, queen f5 also is a draw. Because of this check. King must go to the thirds. One more check. Oh, perpetual checks, because white cannot cross the c file because you lose the rook with the check. So you must go in the direction of, so king d2, queen f4, king d3. If king e2, then check, king f2, check, king g2. Oh, and now the queen is, okay, the queen is famous draw, yeah? Check, 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 the triangle. Because if you play like this, then it's check, check, and if you play for win, black recovers the rook. Guys, see how complicated this is? Complicated, okay? Not simple. And now they're down to minutes. 4 minutes versus 9 minutes. So somebody who says it's completely over, you have no idea what you're talking about. This is still very, very complicated. White needs to be precise here. Yeah. Yeah, sure, you can take on h2, take on f6, and you can play rook and 2 pawns versus knight on 2 pawns, and this should be winning. But is it a guaranteed win? That's the biggest question. All right. If you trade the queens, yes. But how do you trade the queens? And keep your king safe from all those knight checks, yeah? I don't know. To me, it's not simple. See, Fabi is thinking. He is not sure. Knight on d2 takes the rook f1 square from the rook. See, he's shaking his head. He is not happy. He is not happy. Thank you for whatever that was. Oh, Mr. Chesau, thank you for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got this incredibly difficult position. What? Rook c7? No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's now a draw. Oh, come on. No. f7? Yes, f7 is played. And it's a draw. And it's a draw because after king b1, but Nepo has to find this knight d2 idea. Yeah, everything else is losing immediately. Nepo has to find this knight d2 idea. King c1, knight b3 check. It's all right, this is definitely a draw, yeah, but king c2, he has to find queen f5 draw. This is unrealistic, but it is possible. Will Nepo find knight d2 draw? Oh, Nepo already played queen f5? Oh, he already played queen f5, he is completely lost. Nepo blitzing! In this... It's amazing, guys, right? Fabi just gave him a chance to make a draw after knight d2. Think. And after queen f5, Nepo chooses queen f5, now he is dead lost. And the question why is he dead lost is because white wins the pawn on h2. Alright, let's see it. Here, knight c5 must be placed. Check, check. King a5 is rook a7, loses immediately. King a6, check, and this is mate. And if knight d3, then just queen h2 and resigns. My god, how can Nepo play like this, yeah? He has a chance to make a draw. He has 10 minutes to think. See, guys, how hard it is? How hard this is? Nepo blitzing out moves. Losing moves. And Fabi keeps giving him chances. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, but now it's definitely over because Fabi sees this check, check, queen e1, queen e2, check, win. It's a win. He sees this. I know he sees. I know that he sees this win. He is making sure. Nepo actually walks out thinking he is drawn this position. Oh my god. He actually stands up and walks out. Okay, actually that's a great idea. guys, if you make a blunder, stand up and immediately walk away from your board. So your opponent does not see it on your face, okay? That is actually correct. Actually, Nepo is correct. He understands he is lost and he immediately stands up and he runs away. Because, you know, you might give yourself up. Yeah, 5B is calculating how to make a draw here. He is calculating. I mean, 5B is calculating how to win this. I think he has more than one way to win this, actually. There should be more than one way to win this. I think maybe Rook E7 is also winning. Apparently not, but not for the reason that I thought. Because after King B5, White can make no improvement to the position. Wow, okay. Yeah, but Queen A8, come on, man. Queen A8 is logical, it's the only move. 5B is down to less than a minute. But he has to, and he finds it. Okay, 5B finds it, and he finds a win. All right, finally. Let's see. Let's see it. Check on E8. Oh, what Queen C6? Okay, but King A6. And Rook C8, right? Rook C8, that's what he wants. Rook C8. No, Rook C8, Queen F7. Come on, what? I mean, King A6, you must play this move immediately. There is no other moves. Like, there is no other moves. King A6 is the only move. You should play it immediately. Actually, 5B repeats this position, so he gets more time. For each move he makes, 30 seconds are being added. Okay? He is gonna have to play Queen A8 check now. That's the only move. And then he has to play Queen E8. And he has to find Queen E2. Which he will find. He will find it. Because there is no other moves. Wait, Queen C6 again? But Queen A8 is now a third time repetition. You cannot do this. Oh my god. Because Queen A8 check happened once, happened second time. Okay? And now it's a draw. What did he play? Rook E7? And now Nepo has to find Queen F1. What? Oh, come on, 5B. Queen E8, Queen E2, man. Actually, there are many moves for black now. Queen D3 and Queen F1, they both work, yeah? Oh my god. Fabiano, what are you doing, man? There is no freaking way. Yeah, Queen E2 just wins. I can't believe he didn't find it. It's absolutely crazy, actually. Okay, now finally Nepo is using his time to think, and there is a draw here. Man. This is a disaster, man. This is a disaster. Okay, so let's check. Queen F1, Queen A8, King B5, Queen E8, King A6, Rook E1, H1 Queen, right. Take, Queen, Queen C4, draw. Oh my god. No. No. Mr. Nefedov, yes, that is a classic. Yeah, Fabi had less than a minute. And when you're so tired, yes. But Nepo might not be able to see it either. But Queen F1 is obvious, yeah? Queen F1 is too obvious. Oh, he finds it. He finds it. And now it's a draw. My God, man. Oh my God. And he has no time. Yes, 1 minute. I cannot believe this. Yeah, the problem is Queen C1 check. Okay, Queen A8, King B5, Queen E8, King A6 anyway. And Rook E1, H1 Queen, right? That's the sequence. Oh, F8 Queen, right? But Queen takes E1. Oh no. Yep. Fabi messed it up, man. He sees it. You guys see it? Incredible. He understands that he just gave away the whole game. He understands that he screwed up. Oh my God, poor guy. Oh no. Guys, we're watching history with Gukesh qualifying for the World Chess Championship match. After neither of his competitors could win the game today. The youngest ever player to compete for the World Chess Championship title, Gukesh. This is history, gentlemen. This is history. Queen E8 with idea of Queen E2. Pretty, you know, for us it's simple, but for these guys who are at the board, playing for 5 hours now, almost 6 hours, this is hard. Yeah, this is very sad for Fabiano. He is down to 30 seconds. There is no win for him, not anymore. Fabi repeats Queen A8 check to win another 30 seconds. There is no move to make. I don't understand why Nepo is thinking. Okay, so Nepo replied King B5. And Fabi is thinking again. But there is no more win. There is no more win. Queen E8 check is played. King A6. And Nepo is very, very lucky. Very lucky. I'm pretty sure Nepo saw the Queen E8, Queen E2 idea. But lucky escape for Nepo. That means Nepo does not lose a single game in this tournament. But unfortunately for him, that is not good enough. Yeah, that is not good enough. He didn't win enough. Wait, he played Rook E4. Oh, that's a nice trick. That's a very nice trick. But it's not enough, no? Rook E4, very nice trick. What happens if you play H1 Queen? Oh, there is mate. Queen A8 and Rook B4 mate. Okay. Black has only one move. Knight takes E4. Take. take on a4. Oh, that means we're gonna see the queen endgame, by the way. We're gonna see queen and 2 pawns versus queen and pawn. That's what is going to happen. I see. All right. The game is not over yet, so it's too early. Congratulations to Gukesh. The game is still on. Still on. Okay. Wow. Fabi finds the resources. I thought it was 0 resource, but rook e4 is amazing resource. Amazing resource. Amazing. It's not enough, but it's still amazing resource. Yeah, Nepo. Yeah, the thing is, there is the mate threat. Yeah. So let's see. Is Nepo gonna blunder it? No, I don't think so. Yeah. Just somehow I don't see him blundering mate. But anything is possible. Still chances, yes. Still chances. Do not go too far just yet. I know. We're gonna see the queen and 2 pawns versus queen and pawn with limited time. Fabi has chances. Yep, definitely. Rook e4, fantastic find. Fantastic. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Nepo is not exactly happy, but, you know, considering he was just lost 2 moves ago, this is considerably better than nothing. Yep, so we're gonna get the queen endgame. We're gonna get the queen endgame. Fabi is gonna try to push. King to a7, yeah? King to a7, and then we see the queen trade, because there is nothing better. King c7 or king a7, I think doesn't matter actually. Nepo is shaking his head like, you know, he's shaking his head like, you know, he's not happy, yeah? He should be extremely happy he didn't lose 3 moves ago. Like, why is he shaking his head? Like, come on, man. Like, you know, I don't believe this, you know? I don't think he's acting too, but it's like he's not happy. Like, dude, you were lost. Like, why are you shaking your head? Yeah, Fabi repeating position, trying to win time to get 2 minutes. Check on d7. Oh, he's trying to get the queen with the check. But it doesn't matter. King a6, queen c8 check, king a7. Yeah. Because it's a trade, yeah? It's a trade, and yeah, we probably will see queen c7 check, more checks. But eventually at some point the pawn trade will happen, and then we'll see this queen pawn endgame. Nepo shaking his head. All right, a4. Woo! A fight starts. A new fight starts. A new fight starts. Wait, is it a4? What a4? Queen d5 check. Well, why did you allow queen d5 check? Oh, king a3. Okay, king a3, queen d3 check, b3. Okay. King a3, right. But it's just, yeah, this is a draw, all right? Guys, this is draw. If the pawn was on a6, I think white has more chances, but the pawn is on b6. this pawn is covering the king all the potential checks. White has to get his queen to c3, play b3. You guys have to know that this is draw even if black doesn't have this pawn. Guys, remember I said this, yeah? This position is draw even if black does not have pawn on b6. So, but with this pawn on the board, this is pretty much dead draw. Pretty much. Yeah, queen c4. Probably king b8. I really doubt king a8 is that great. I actually think king a6 is also possible. What is king a6, queen c4? I think it's a draw. Yep, it's a draw. Because you just play like this. And, you know, it's a draw. Yeah, so king a6 is a draw, but... Alright. King b8 is played, yeah? So you cannot really play queen c4 because of the queen trades. See, that's a problem for white. How do you get rid of this queen? If you cannot play queen c4, and you cannot play queen b4 because you're going to get mated. How do you get rid of this queen? I don't know. Okay, queen goes to e1. At some point, yeah? Queen e1, then you play queen b2, and then queen c3 or b4, yeah? Yeah, this, I think Fabi will be very, very upset after this game. Once he analyzes this game, he'll be extremely upset. He lost the game. He could have won this game twice, okay? Actually, 3 times. The first moment when he played bishop h7 and allowed this unnecessary stuff. The second point when he played king b1 and allowed queen c2. And the third time when he went for this, he played correctly, but he played this queen c6 2 times, repetition, and then rook e4. Yeah. So instead of queen e8 and queen e2. So these are 3 times that he missed his chance. Threatening mates. Queen d2 now. But at least black queen is out of d4 square, yeah? But how did he get this queen out of d4? Oh, because black played queen d6, but why? Why would you play this? Why not king a7, yeah? Why would you play this? Why not king here? I don't understand. Alright, doesn't matter. Queen b4, queen f6. Queen d2 must be played. Black queen is going to remain here. And eventually at some point white will have to move the pawns and then the checks start, yeah? Yep. It will be a long game, gentlemen. The longest game, but critical. Absolutely critical. Alright, let me get an apple. Last time I ate I took a break, was like, what, 3 hours ago, yeah? It's time for another apple. Oh my god. Now imagine if this game goes for so long and then Nepo blunders and then Fabi has to play tie breaks tomorrow. What is gonna be worse, actually, yeah? What will be worse? I don't know. I don't even think, you know, if Fabi wins this game, it's going to be even do good. No, I mean, it's good. It will be good for him for sure, but yeah, I mean, will he be able to play chess though? Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so I don't envy him. А что? Это яблочко? Спасибо. All right, let's listen to some commentary, okay? Wait, where are all the commentators?
Some tricks. Yeah.
It's definitely, you play this long, grueling tournament for 14 rounds. You kind of give it your all. You have a shot to win it until the end. And then you're in these final moments, and I think it's just sad, right? Like, it's sad that it's over. You
to come to realize it's over. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is probably a big adrenaline dump.
All that work, you brought your second, and then for it to come down to this like queen end game where there's no more real suspense. Right. Yeah, it takes a while for that to settle in and to kind of come to grips with that.
These guys have been fighting super hard for the better half of a month, and
I mean, it's been a super thrilling candidate.
It has been. It really has been.
I mean, so first of all, let's talk. I guess we kind of know, but from the position that Gukesh is going to be the winner most likely, and it's just an amazing result that no one predicted for him. I think Magnus said that it's more likely that he was going to get a -2 score than like he said more likely he was going to get a -5 than like a +3. I'm pretty sure that was how he phrased it.
Wow, okay, yeah.
Right. So he said he wasn't sure which category to put him in, whether do badly or do well. He was kind of between categories, like a lot of other players were in his opinion.
He's a bit more, he had some unstable results coming into it. I think a really big storyline, if this holds, is he is a legitimate shot at becoming the youngest world champion ever by a large margin.
Yeah, just amazing, right? Like following in Vishy's footsteps.
Yeah.
And he was
born in 2006. I mean, it makes me feel, it's like, this is
crazy, right?
Changing of the guard if this holds.
I mean, to have such a young person, challenging for the world championship. I mean, it is a changing of the guard, this whole new generation that's coming.
I'm trying to even think of like when people challenged for the championship when they were 17, even as a challenger.
Right, as a challenger. I mean, we had Panamario winning one of the world's rapid knockout championships when he was 18.
18, yeah.
Right, so that was very young. But still, like, this format is different.
Yeah.
This requires like a candidate tournament, it's a whole qualifying process. So he kind of made it here fairly last minute, I think, from winning like the FIDE circuit. His win here was not predicted by anybody.
No, I've been impressed by his chess, and I thought he would do well, but not do well is different than like winning the tournament outright.
One of the things that he managed to do was he was very solid and stable, and he picked up his points where he really needed them. Like he picked it up against the tail ender Abasa. He got 2 points out of that. That's a big one, right? I mean, that's really what separates, in a way, him from the other players. He got 2 points there. Okay, he lost that tragic game against Perugia, probably maybe, but some way the game of the tournament.
Recovering from that.
Yeah. And beating did it with the black pieces, like the next time he got back to the board. That was amazing. Anish mentioned that. He said something, his bounce back ability. Because of that game, that was really, I think, one of the best moments in the tournament was his ability to bounce back from that game.
Yeah, after Perugia kind of swindled him a bit or came back there, I thought that took him out of contention, but super mature, really like well thought out. Like his openings, I like the positions he was getting. Just demonstrating really good understanding, and didn't seem under pressure, didn't seem at all phased.
Yeah, I think his own personal qualities were definitely a big strength. Like there's always this feeling like he's not too emotional, although he definitely showed emotion when he lost that game to Fallujah. He definitely showed that it affected him. But, you know, he came to that press conference. He actually appeared at the press conference right after the game, and he was, you know, he sat through it, you know, very stoically. So that was also an impressive moment, actually, that he did not skip that press conference.
No, I think that's a very good quality to have. Win or lose, just, you know, you're ready to answer. Come back the next day. Fan zone, he was answering questions always.
Yeah, but I don't understand what happens if king c4 gets to king b5. Like, isn't that a chance for white? Nepo is blitzing like it's already a draw, but it's not exactly a draw yet. Alright. So, what happens if, like... Oh, no, okay, he played queen f3 here. Yeah, so white wants to play king c4, put the king on b5, right? And check, king c4. See, this is a problem, yeah? Check and king a7. Prevents king a6. And the threat is queen d7 check. Okay, and if you try to trade, it's the check start. Okay, so even king c4 is not actually that dangerous, yeah? So there's no chance at all then, yeah? Okay. Alright.
You know? He was very nice that way. Yeah. So I think, yeah, it is a beautiful storyline. The youngest player in the tournament winning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and just like the chess boom in India over the last 10, 15 years has been incredible to witness. This is like a culmination of, you know, Vishy being world champion and kids being born, like people being born like while he was world champion. Like, never seen something like that before.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny because like when you look at these two players, it's like
these are two titans.
Two people who are so unhappy now, right?
It's true.
Even though Nepo is the one down a pawn, he's going to make the draw, but it's not like he's very satisfied with that result.
Yeah, it's just the chess cycle is pretty rough. I mean, it's traditional. It's once every 2 years.
See, they both needed to win, okay? But neither one was willing to lose. So in the end, it's a draw which does not benefit either one of them. That is the tragedy, guys, you know? It is a tragedy. If either of them or one wins, they qualify to the tie breaks. But they literally stop each other, yeah? Yeah, this is the whole tragedy.
30 years, right?
Yeah.
30 years.
Two of the biggest economies, chess powers, yeah. It will
Lots of young talents from both countries.
Yes.
And now, and you know, China was the first, well, not the first, but like, other than Anand, let's say, so we got Ding as the world champion more recently. In this new, I guess what I mean is in this new generation, China was the first to the crown, but like now India is going to get a chance to challenge for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe a check here.
And I envision a very bright future, not just for Gukesh who won the tournament, but Prag, Vidit, like all of the Indian players, Vaishali, like.
Yeah. India performed actually really well.
Really well.
This is actually a draw, even if black just starts checking.
Right now.
The problem is that white king cannot move too far.
Match is going to be. I mean, is it going to be?
Yeah, there's checks. But even suppose you allow this king to move,
easy to access for both countries.
the problem is that white cannot go here because of mate. Okay? That's the problem.
Oh yeah.
And if you cannot move, then
both the players
we get this draw.
Neutral venue. That's close by.
Because again, king c6, it's a mate.
Like
all
a
right?
world championship match in person?
No.
So just checks.
Maybe they can host it in Toronto. Maybe, New York I missed out on, but maybe Toronto they can host again. That would be good.
So were you excited about having this event here in Toronto?
Yeah, no, I definitely think it's super important to get tournaments in Canada. We never have them like super events. It's been a long time, and chess has blown up a lot here, but mainly online, mainly in the casual scene, and having an official event like this with the top players.
Queen d4 allows a5
for the local community.
What is it? Oh, Queen c3, Queen c2, yeah.
That membership.
Yep, Queen d4 threatens the check on c3.
Yeah, same thing.
King d3, I don't really know how that stops the check here. I guess he's planning to run somewhere this way.
Yep.
I suppose we can find one way to lose, maybe. Black.
Queen e3 check, king c2.
Like, maybe I'm thinking this one?
Yeah.
And then maybe go for like a queen trade. And then like lose the king and pawn endgame.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a way to
Pawn is
lose.
on the 6th, so we lose. But yeah, you have to try
You have to
really
try
hard to lose this position for black.
Yeah, this should just be perpetual now. You keep checking the king.
You know
on
what's interesting? I'll tell you another
Yeah.
interesting bit of information. That, like, somewhere was it at the halfway point? I think it might have been. I watched maybe a little bit more past that. Hans Niemann was on one of the streams, and he was saying that his prediction was that Gukesh was going to win. So we were quite far. Gukesh was not the sole leader then or anything. This is like many rounds ago.
Yeah.
And already at that point, he was saying it's going to be Gukesh.
Okay, yeah.
And he was very confident. And that was what was interesting about that was not just that he predicted it, because many people could have been like, well, yeah, he's got a chance. He's obviously up there. But he was like, I think it's going to be Gukesh. I think he's the main favorite. And Anish was like, well, I don't think he's like favorite, but not a big favorite over Nepo, because they were like, I think, tied at that point. But yeah, Hans felt like that was his choice, and he had some reasons for that. Just Gukesh's fighting qualities and his focus.
Yeah, I think the younger generation has a better grasp of that, like of some of these up-and-coming players or some of their strengths and spending time around. Like, we're used to a lot of the household names. But there's always going to be a little bit, in terms of colleagues, like Anish is in the 90s generation and more familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of Caruana, Jan, all the players here in the 90s.
Yeah.
And in terms of the newer players, unless they've worked with them closely, there's probably going to be some they're constantly upgrading, at a faster rate than kind of what the general public is expecting.
What do you think of like Firouzja's playing this tournament?
Terrible.
Just
I think I say that from his own, like, I'm in his shoes. If I'm in Firouzja's shoes, and it's his second candidate, his first one didn't go well.
Wait, I think Fabi just offered the draw, and Nepo, he's thinking. Guys, Fabi offered the draw, and Nepo is thinking with pawn down. Oh my god, he's thinking. What he's thinking? Like, seriously? Okay, congratulations to Gukesh, who is the winner of the candidates. Clean, no tie breaks. Amazing, 17 years old wins the candidates. I think first ever in history. Fantastic tournaments. Absolutely fantastic tournaments. Well-deserved victory by Gukesh, to be honest. I mean, both Americans, Naka and Fabiano, had chances. Fabiano had so many chances today to win. It's not even funny. But in the end, it is Gukesh, okay? It is Gukesh who wins the tournament. And it's a new generation. It's the sign that the new generation is here. The guys like Nepo, Fabi, Nakamura, they gave a good fight. They came very close, but the new generation is here. All right. So we're gonna see the older man Dink playing versus the younger guy from India. All right. We are sure to expect an amazing match for the World Chess Championship, but 17-year-old playing a World Chess Championship match, my God. That would be the only time, I think. I don't think any other 17-year-olds are coming in the future like him again. All right? I don't think so. This is a huge exception. Firouzja could have been, if he played last time, yeah, if he won the candidates, he would be very close to the same age. But he didn't manage. All right. What is my prediction for the World Chess Championship match between Gukesh and Dink? Well, I think Dink is a favorite, objectively, but never underestimate the strength of the youth, the optimism, the confidence, and we also heard that Dink is not in a great health. Okay, so I don't know. I think it's actually gonna be pretty even. Both Nepo and Fabi are very upset, but what can you do? Fabi had his chances, and yet he missed his World Chess Championship yet again. Nepo is devastated as well. He was leading the whole tournament. He didn't lose a single game because he saved his game today, but it was not enough. He's out of the cycle. He has to qualify again, which is not going to be easy for him. All right? Not going to be easy. People will know that he is dangerous, and they will fight him, and he'll find it very hard to qualify again to the candidates. I don't say it's impossible, but I think it will be very, very difficult for him. All right? All right, gentlemen. This last round was a thriller. Amazing games. Naka was white, but he got worse in the opening. And Fabi was winning entire game. I have no idea what happened. It must have been some sort of a miracle for Gukesh that allowed him not to play tie breaks tomorrow versus Fabi, because in the tie breaks, I think Fabiano wins. So Fabi not winning today's game is a big problem. Oh, we actually have an interview now.
Till now, I don't feel any different, but when the tournament starts, I probably will feel something.
Okay, it's an old interview. All right, gentlemen. Well, there are plenty of other now spaces, plenty of websites, interviews, streamers who is going to cover what happens after this. I'm glad we witnessed history, and I don't think it will ever be repeated again in the near future. So, hope you enjoyed my commentary for the last round of the candidates, and I wish you, love and happiness in life. Live long and prosper, okay? See you guys tomorrow for the simul. Good night, everybody.